A very good evening to all of you. Sorry for the technical glitch that we had earlier. We're going to now begin with the GK Marathon. So guys, are you ready for the GK Marathon, the most awaited video of this particular year, where we'll be discussing about all the important current affairs articles from January to September month onwards. Let's begin with the race, and here we will see what are the different articles that we are going to be covering all about. So we are going to be talking about the national news, space news, we're going to talk about environment, all environment news in one go. We're going to be talking about various types of international organizations that have been in the news. We are going to talk about PM Modi's international visits. So where has he gone? What are the awards that he received? Everything you're going to get in this particular session. And lastly, we are going to be talking about the various reports and indices that have come so far. So here we're going to see various reports like Human Development Report, Corruption Report, all these reports we are going to be seeing, and it's all going to be there, top rank, bottom rank, India's rank, ये सब कुछ आपको मिलेगा इस particular session में. तो आइए चलिए शुरू करते हैं. So first that we talk about is the national news. So national news में there is no other important article than the census, because हमको पता है census जो है it comes once in 10 years. So yes, this has to be one of the most important articles or questions that can come in your various exams relating to law. So now let's firstly understand the background of census. पहले देखते हैं कि what exactly, how did the census begin in India, right? So if you talk about the first ever city to be undergoing census is none other than Dhaka. So remember, Dhaka, Bangladesh was part of British India. So back in the year 1830 is where that census began, and this was done by Henry Walter. Okay, now if you talk about nationwide census, it was done very unofficially, unsynchronized manner. That was done under Lord Mayo. This took place in the year 1872. But if you talk about the official census that was undertaken in the year 1881 by none other than Lord Ripon. So he was the viceroy who undertook this particular census, and the first census commissioner was W.C. Plowden. Now this is an important fact because he's the first census commissioner. We're going to see who is the current census commissioner as well. Now talking about what number is this census? This particular census that we see is the 8th census. So it has been 7 times since independence that we've had the census, and this particular census is the 8th time since independence. But if the question comes with regard to British India also, what number is this? Then it is the 16th official census. Is that clear? So if they ask total census, then 16. If they ask specifically after independence के बाद कितने census हुए, then you have to write the 8th census. Is that fine? Let's now understand the important points of these census. So further, if you have any questions, you can always use the chat box. We'll always hear a good evening to all of you joining with me. Wait, yeah, great to know you guys. All right, perfect. Okay. Now let's proceed to understand the importance of census. Why is this important? Because we are taking this particular information after every 10 years, and this information is going to be used by the government for proper policy planning, right? For various schemes. We require this data, and that's where we're going to be using this. So how is this census different from the other census that we ever had? Now that is because this is the first ever digital census. So pehle we would see that people would come to your house with pen and paper, and they would take in data from you. But this is going to go in digital mode. So here we'll quickly answer these questions. So here we have the article. Okay, what article talks about the census? Yes, Article 246. All right, next one we see, what list is this? Yes, it comes under the union list, yani ki only the central government will make laws for this, right? Let's proceed to the third aspect. Do we have an act talking about the census? If yes, which year? 1948. All right, what is the implementing agency of the census? So I have already discussed about Census Commissioner. The full name of the body is Registrar General and Census Commissioner. Registrar General and Census Commissioner. Who is the current Registrar General and Census Commissioner? What's the name? Mrityunjay Kumar. Right? Now, under which ministry does the Registrar General work? Or you can say the census is looked after by which ministry? Yes, the answer is Ministry of Home Affairs. Is that clear? All right, now we're going to see how is this different from the other census. Okay, what is going to be new about this census? So remember, this census jo hai, it's going to start, the process is going to start from 2026. Okay, the process will start in 26 and it will end by 2027. So that is why this census is called as Census 2027, right? Now, let's quickly see how this is going to be important. Firstly, census ke baad we see some important exercise taking place, and this exercise is called as delimitation. Now we're going to be seeing what do you mean by delimitation. So remember, that's the first change that is going to happen right after census. The second change that we're going to see is there was a bill that was passed. It was asked in your last year's Clat exam, the 128th Constitutional Amendment Bill, where we're talking about women reservation. So according to this, 33% okay, reservation in the parliament and the state legislative assemblies, okay, will be filled by women, 33% of the seats. So currently we see how much? Barely about 14% are women. Right, we are going to take this up to 33%. So that is going to happen after this particular census. That's why this is important. Now, getting back to this article, this census is also important because we are seeing caste census being taken up. So caste data is important again for various schemes, right? Now remember, the last ever caste census took place in the year 1931. Okay, that was the last census, caste census. Then we saw in 2011 also there was some sort of caste census, but the data was not made public. So this particular caste census in 2027, that's why is going to be important. Is that clear? Now quickly let us see the difference between the two. So since we are going to have it in digital mode, there will be less errors, okay? For the caste data earlier was only for SC and ST data, but we will see this will be for including all the caste categories. Okay, there's going to be GPS tracking so that we know where exactly what places we have covered, all of that. Then we see that there's no free response. It's a drop down button and the person has to select the option. Okay, so that is what is going to happen. Again, the errors that are there, we'll understand them real time. Okay, they will also allow us to self enumerate. That means you also can participate on your own in this particular in the census. So this is how census is different from last year and from last time. All right, now I told you that one such significant movement after the census, the step that we're taking is the delimitation. Now what is the delimitation? Delimitation is drawing of boundaries. Okay, now what boundaries are we drawing? Now this is the whole of India. We need to ensure that from each state there is equal representation. Right, like same representation coming in depending on the population. So that is where once you know what is the population, how many people are in which part of the region, then you can say that okay, we are now going to form these boundaries from where each circle will have one representation. So this process is called delimitation. Now so far we see that delimitation process occurred after census, after 4 such censuses. So 1952, 1962, 1972 and 2002. Now this is very important that so far only 4 delimitations have occurred. However, in the 1972 delimitation, we see that they were fixed. They fixed the delimitation with regard to seats. Okay, so that now we talk about 545 seats. These seats were fixed up for 1976, okay, and they were to be continued up till 2026. And where was this written that it has to be continued till 2026? It was given in the 84th Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay, now 2002 we met in, okay, 2002 again census happened in 2001, 2002 delimitation occurred. In 2002 they said, okay, seats will be fixed, but यहाँ पे we are going to ensure that the boundaries can be altered. So boundaries were altered, but the seats were not touched. The seats 545, they were kept constant. Is that clear? So now after this census, we are going to see some change with regard to the seats, with regard to what? With regard to the boundaries. So that is possible in the next census that we talk about. So this is the whole aspect about delimitation. Now let's see about the Delimitation Commission. Who decides these boundaries, right? So here we see the Delimitation Commission that is appointed by the President herself in collaboration with the Election Commission of India. Now who is in this Delimitation Commission? We have the Supreme Court Judge, the Chief Election Commissioner, and the respective state election commissioners do participate. Now whatever the Delimitation Commission says, that is final. Okay, so you cannot challenge this in any court. You can't go to any court. Whatever delimitation decide, that is final. All right, so this is done with our topic of the census and the delimitation. All right. Yes, so let's now quickly move to the next topic. And the next topic that we see is the the new education policy. Now you may be wondering why we discussing about the new education policy, because यहाँ पे मैंने 2020 लिखा है ना? Now we are in 25. So what is the relevance? Relevance ये है कि 5 years पूरे हुए हैं, right? But apart from that, there are chances that it can come mainly because we see a lot of educational push given by the government, right? So let us see about this national education policy. Now so far, when we talk about national education policy, this is the third ever policy that had come. The first one came in 1968, which firstly talked about the 3-language policy. The next policy came in the year 1986, and right 34 years later, it came in the year 2020. So this is the newest that we ever have. Okay, now in this 3-language policy, what was specific was, here they made Hindi compulsory. Okay, and the framework that we talk about the other policies is 10+2. Okay, that was a normal framework. Okay, 10 standard plus 2 years, that way. But in the new education policy, this was changed. How is this changed? We have the structure as 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. Now remember, the 5 years is up to 2nd standard. Okay, this is up to 2nd standard, and this is called as foundational age. It's called as foundational. The next is called from 3 to 5th standard, 3 to 5, is called as preparatory stage. इसके बाद 6 to 8 is called as middle stage, and last stage, which is class 9 to class 12, that is called as secondary stage. You need to know these stages, you need to know the names. Okay, now in this particular 2020 policy, we also use the 3-language policy, but in this particular case, Hindi is not compulsory as it was in 1968. Okay, so here in this 3-language policy, what are the 3 languages that we talk about? It was English, it was mother tongue or the regional language, and lastly it was any Indian language. Okay, any Indian language. So these are the 3 languages: English, mother tongue, and any Indian language. Is that fine? Okay. Now, proceeding to understand what are the targets in this particular scheme. So this is important. Targets are always important, remember this. So firstly, with regard to early childhood to secondary education, we want to ensure that it is universalized by 2030. And 2030, why? Because when we talk about SDG goals, the goal number 4 talks about quality education. So we want to meet that also. Okay, so we want to ensure all our children go to school. Next one is foundational literacy and numeracy. So you want to understand that students have basic reading and numeracy skills at least by 2025. Now the name of the scheme is called Nipun Bharat. Okay, Nipun Bharat. This was for 3 to 9 years. They should have basic reading and numeracy skills. The third one is gross enrollment ratio. They want students to join schools, right? So that is again 100% is what the aim is by 2030. This is for school education. What about higher education? Higher education is 50% by 2035. Very important, okay? So for higher education it is 50% by 2035. For school education it's 100% by 2030. Proceeding, outer school children, they want to reintegrate those who have already left schools, get them back in the school sector, at least 2 crore of them to reintegrate again to schooling, at least via open schools like the NIOS or the night schools that we have. Then to ensure teacher training, this is the scheme that we call Nishtha. Okay, under the Nishtha program, to ensure that teachers also undergo regular assessment. Okay, further, inclusive and sustainable education by again 2030. All right, there's one more goal with regard to education. Kitna GDP are we going to spend on education? How much percent? What's the answer? Very good, 6%. Very well, Viraj. I see that you're answering. Okay, guys, keep answering as well. All right, so proceeding to the next aspect, we see various number of schemes. So quickly, we'll just have a read through. What are the various schemes that have been brought about to align with the new education policy? Right, so here we see Samagra Shiksha. This was in 2020. This scheme was brought about, Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, and Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, and teacher education. Okay, so this was to ensure that all of the, you can say with regard to school education, secondary education and teacher education, all of this is looked after under 2022 scheme, that is Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. Next one, we have the Prerna scheme. Okay, so this is for classes 9 to 12, so higher secondary. The next one is Ulhas Bharat scheme, which we are going to be doing in a little while. We also talked about the Nipun Bharat scheme, which came in the year 2021, and this was for the 3 to 9 years so that they understand basic foundational literacy and numeracy. Okay, then they also had a scheme for National Mission for Mentoring. It was called as NNM. Further, we see Vidya Pravesh. Okay, Vidya Pravesh is for students who are joining new, with regard to the first standard, to get them acquainted to it. Then we see Vidyanjali, again volunteer management of the schools. Okay, this was, we can write rather Diksha, online content of the schools. Okay. Then we see PM E-Vidya to ensure again online content of in terms of textbooks. Nishtha, as I said, teacher training, and midday meals under PM Poshan. So this is with regard to various schemes. Okay, so we need to know the various schemes. Yes, we're going to be doing number of international affairs that we'll be doing in the second part of the class, right? We're going to be Israel, Iran, with regard to India, Pakistan, Operation Sindoor. Yes, sub cover ho jayega. Okay. All right. So let's proceed to how did we celebrate these 5 years of national education policy. This was done by calling it Akhil Bharat Shiksha Samagam. Okay, so this was announced. Now what exactly is this? Yahan pe they said that they will allocate 4,000 crore rupees, okay, with regard to schools, with regard to promoting knowledge. Further, we see recognition of excellence. So here 613 PM Shri. Now what is PM Shri? PM Shri is Pradhan Mantri Schools for Rising India. This came across from 22 to 27. So this is a 5-year scheme, PM Shri scheme, to update our school infrastructure, to improve our school quality, right? So they are saying around 613 schools were awarded the PM Shri. So then they are going to get money, funds and all of that for that. Next is academic integration. So we signed with 4 foreign universities. Now they can ask you which are the foreign universities that we have ties with. That means now they will have campuses in India. These foreign institutes will have campuses in India. Which are they? Western Sydney University, which will be in Greater Noida. Victoria University, which will be in Noida. La Trobe University, which will be in Bengaluru. And University of Bristol, which will be in Mumbai. Okay, this is important. Next. When is the National Education Day celebrated? This is celebrated on November 11th on the birth anniversary of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, who was also our first ever education minister. So currently, who is the education minister? Who is the current education minister? Yes, guys? Very well. Dharmendra Pradhan is the right answer. Very well. Gargi, yes, that's correct. Okay, so I see many of you all have answered. Let me proceed to the next aspect. Next one, we see major launches at ABSS, which is Akhil Bharatiya Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. Okay, so what were the new things that were announced? So this is called something called as Tara Portal. Again, note this down. Tara Portal kya hai? This is for 3rd standard से लेके 8th standard तक. So this is for ensuring that they are fluent in reading, so that it will help them if they are ever going to give the Clat exam for their RC skills, no, to improve, right? So to assess reading fluency among the students. Next, My Career Advisor app. So यहाँ पे we will see AI guidance, so use of AI on over 1,000 career paths. So they will help them to choose what they want to do in the future. So all of that. So it's a career advisor. So an AI app will help you to do that. The third is the local language proficiency test. Now this is to ensure that they are learning, reading, writing in 22 Indian languages. They can improve their skills, they can learn about new languages. So that again is another portal. SHVR. Now what is SHVR? Swachh Evam Harit Vidyalay rating. Now this is a 5-star rating that is given to ensure how clean the school is, how environment sustainability standards are maintained in the school. So cleanliness se leke, that is SHVR. Okay, and the last one we have is the AI apprenticeship scheme. Now this is mainly so that they get sort of training, right? They get some skills that are included, so that AI based training is done specifically in sectors like manufacturing, like healthcare. Okay, they are kind of picking up some important information there. So this is with regard to the anniversary, the 5-year anniversary. So that's why this can be asked in your exam, and because some new things have been given here. Further, let us also see the Ullas program, which has been quite in the news. Now the English version of Ullas program is called as New India Literacy Program. Okay, New India Literacy Program. This came in the year 2022. It is for 5 years, यानी कि 2027 तक ये होगा. 5 years का ये scheme है. Now, what is the full form of Ullas? Understanding lifelong learning for all in society. In this particular scheme, we are talking about 15 years and above who missed their school. Okay, so adults who kind of had a break in school, they're getting them back into the education sector. Now this is to ensure that they are getting certain reading, writing, numeracy, digital skills, and so that we align with the National Education Policy of 2020, where everybody are universalizing education by 2030. So that is the major goal. Now, talking about which are the states that have been considered fully functionally literate, which are these states that under the Ullas scheme are considered literate? Answers in the comment section, please. Yes. Himachal Pradesh is the latest. Good. Fun with Korean. Viraj, Gargi, Shruti. Very good. There we are. Okay. Very well, very well. All right. The first ever, however, was Ladakh, although not a state. But if they ask you first state, then it is Mizoram. And the latest state to be called so is Himachal Pradesh. Let's quickly see the states then. Okay. So fully literate states that we have. Sorry, just a minute. Yeah, Ladakh, Mizoram, Goa, Tripura and Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh is the latest that we saw in the month of September, I believe. Next one we have, what exactly is a fully functional or fully literate state? A fully literate state is not 100% literate, it is 95% literate. So even if you are 99%, as was Himachal Pradesh, you can be considered as a fully literate state. Okay, so far it's only these states. And how do you consider somebody is fully literate? That is because they have to give a test. The test is called as FLNAT, which is Functional Literacy Numeracy Assessment Test. 150 marks ka hota hai ye, and you can give it in your own language if you want to. And this is certified by the NIOS, which is the Open School, right? The National Institute of Open Schooling. So this is with regard to our education policy. Let me proceed to my next article then. My next article is specifically also for ailet. Okay, so students who are here giving ailet, I'll tell you why this is going to be quite important for ailet, because I remember last year, okay, when Bhupen Hazarika he finished 100 years. Okay, there was a question that was asked, Bard of Brahmaputra, who is called. So now why are we relating? Because of course uske 100 years पूरे हुए थे. So similarly MS Swaminathan, okay, although he passed away, इनके भी 100th anniversary है, and उनके एक कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ था, फर्दर यहाँ पे उनके नाम पे एक अवार्ड दिया था. So again a lot of questions can be expected from this passage. Okay, so that's why the whole reason to take this passage. So this is the 100th anniversary of MS Swaminathan. Who is MS Swaminathan? What are the awards he received? उनके नाम पे कौन सा अवार्ड है, किसको दिया था, ये सब हम देखेंगे. So the conference, I told you there was a conference called Biohappiness. Now this term itself was coined by MS Swaminathan, which talks about two things. Bio and happiness, right? So here we talk about biological diversity to ensure food security, income, quality of life, okay, better living, as well as to restore the nature, to restore the biodiversity. So all of this is talked about in this term biohappiness. So the aim is to what? हमारा जो traditional ज्ञान है, knowledge है, इसको integrate करना अभी के modern science के साथ. So integrating both these aspects. So here we see what is the award given in this conference. The award is called as MS Swaminathan Award for Food and Peace. Okay, this is the name of the award, and this is the first time this award is ever given. So that's why they can ask you किसको दिया है ये award. This award is given to Professor Ademola Adenle. This one is a Nigerian scientist who has been bestowed the first ever such prize from Nigeria. Clear? And $25,000 दिए गए हैं इसमें, ठीक है? And हम देख रहे हैं कि award is given by the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation and the World Academy of Sciences. The second aspect is the Agri-Tech Grand Challenge. तो यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा काम कोई कर रहा है, उनको एक फंड दिया जाता है, उनको एक ग्रांट दिया जाता है 1 crore का. So this is another initiative under MS Swaminathan. So यहाँ से it's a lot about food this particular person is related to. Yes, because he's also called as the father of Green Revolution. So let's quickly see about this. यहाँ पे इनका सुंदर सा फोटो है, and उनका क्या क्या उन्होंने initiatives किए हैं जल्दी से देखते हैं. So firstly, he's called as the father of Green Revolution in India. But if they ask you generally who's the father of Green Revolution, then your answer is Norman Borlaug. He is the father of Green Revolution. MS Swaminathan is Green Revolution in India. ठीक है? Now, he served also as the Indian Council of Agricultural Research के Director General, Rice Research के भी Institute के Head रहे हैं, President, Vice President of IUCN रह चुके हैं. So biodiversity से भी इनका बहुत पुराना नाता है, right? Further हम देखते हैं National Commission on Farmers. If you talk about MSP, right? तो ये स्वामीनाथन फॉर्मूला के हिसाब से भी बना था ये. So again, contributions with regard to farmers, farmers income, farmers welfare, all of that he's talked about. So a lot of contributions that we see. He is also called as a father of economic ecology, yaar. So you have to remember this. All of these information can be asked in exam. He is also a nominated member of Rajya Sabha, and he was nominated by then late APJ Abdul Kalam. तभी उन्होंने उनको ये किया था 2007 से लेके 13 तक he was inside. Further, talks about women recognition in agriculture. So can you tell me when is the International Year of Women in Agriculture? Quickly in the comment section. Yes. Perfect. 2026 is absolutely correct. Great. Karthik, Eklavya, Viraj, Gargi, Akshit. Yes. 2026 is the answer. All right. Okay. The awards received by Swaminathan. एक बार जल्दी से देखते हैं. So Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar. This is mainly for scientists. Okay. Mendel Memorial, Ramon Magsaye, 86 Albert Einstein, first ever World Food Prize इनको मिला है. So this is important. पहला मिला है ना इसीलिए. Then environmental achievement for Tyler Prize इसको कहते हैं. For Freedoms Award, Planet Humanity Medal, भारत रत्न भी मिला है इनको, and पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण, पद्म भूषण, इंदिरा गांधी अवार्ड, सब कुछ इनको मिला है. ठीक है. So that's why you understand how important this person is. Let's now proceed to the next article. And this is with regard to the GI tag. जल्दी से देखते हैं इसके बारे में quickly. Okay. So GI tag की बात करें यहाँ पे. GI tag का मतलब क्या है? It's general geographical indication tag. So when you talk about the GI tag, ये उस चीज को दिया जाता है specifically because वो उस जगह में पाया जाता है या उस जगह से वो मिलता है या वो बना रहे हैं वो उस जगह पे. So specific tag दिया जाता है for that product which is originating from a particular geographical region. So this can be given to agricultural product, it can be given to a manufactured good, it can be given to food. रसगुल्ला को मिला है, handicraft article को मिला है, एग्रीकल्चरल क्रॉप को मिला है, तो किसी चीज को मिल सकता है. ओके. नाउ रिमेंबर ये 10 साल के लिए वैलिड है और इसको रिन्यू कर सकते हैं. ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ प्रमोशन इंडस्ट्री एंड इंटरनल ट्रेड के अंदर आता है एंड दैट कम्स अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री के अंदर. फर्दर हम देखते हैं पहला ऐसा जीआई टैग दिया गया है दार्जिलिंग को इन 2004. ओके. 2004-2005 एंड सबसे ज्यादा जीआई टैग्स मिलता है उत्तर प्रदेश में. All right, now let us see benefits of GI tag. GI tag मिलने से क्या होता है? So yes, as you rightly mentioned, GI Act आया था 1999 में, लेकिन ये फोर्स में आया था 2003 में, right? Further, India also is a member of TRIPS agreement, that is trade related intellectual property rights. Okay, की बात करें और यहाँ पे ये GIs को प्रोटेक्ट करता है इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे भी. Further, ये प्रोड्यूसर कम्युनिटीज का राइट, कलेक्टिव राइट है, नॉट अ सिंगल पर्सन का. ओके. सो इट्स अ पब्लिक राइट दैट वी टॉक अबाउट. सो योर द बेनिफिट्स क्या है? इससे वो गुड्स को हम रिकग्नाइज करते हैं, इंटरनेशनल रिकग्निशन मिलता है, नेशनल रिकग्निशन मिलता है, उन फार्मर्स को पैसे भी ज्यादा मिलेंगे. सो इनकी इनकम क्वालिटी, इनका स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ सकता है. फर्दर ब्रांडिंग, मार्केटिंग टूल फॉर स्पेसिफिक इंडिजीनियस प्रोडक्ट्स जो इंडिया में ही बनते हैं, स्पेसिफिक रीजन में ही बनते हैं, ये फेमस हो जाएंगे. सो दैट इज द होल reason why we have GI tags. So now quickly see what are the GI tags that were in the news and the recent GI tags जो controversies में हैं. आपको पता ही होगा कौन से controversy में था. Yes, absolutely. प्राडा कोल्हापुरी चप्पल की बात करें. So कोल्हापुरी चप्पल उन्होंने यूज किया था उनके स्प्रिंग कलेक्शन में. कोल्हापुरी is from महाराष्ट्र एंड कर्नाटका. ठीक है. So ये लेदर से बनता है ये. So again that is a GI tag from Maharashtra and Karnataka. For the basmati rice also was in a debate, that was a controversial thing where US company ने इस्तेमाल किया था but India ने successfully इसको challenge किया. टर्मरिक और नीम का भी सेम इशू था जहाँ पे दूसरे कंपनीज US और यूरोपियन कंपनीज यूज इट, बट ये तो हमारा प्रोडक्ट है, इंडियन नॉलेज है, so that is why it was challenge. Now what are the GI tags that were in the news? ये भी जल्दी से देखते हैं. Firstly is Telangana's Warangal Chapata chili. ठीक है, टोमेटो चिली कहते हैं इसको. और दूसरा केरला का है. दिस इज द फर्स्ट एवर ट्राइबल हैंडीक्राफ्ट फ्रॉम केरला दैट हैज गॉट द जीआई टैग, जिसका नाम है कन्नड़ी पाया. ठीक है, कन्नड़ी पाया. ये कंफ्यूजिंग लग सकता है बिकॉज कन्नड़ा जो है कर्नाटका में है, सो यू मे गेट कंफ्यूज विद रिगार्ड टू दैट. सो रिमेंबर कन्नड़ी पाया इज विद रिगार्ड टू केरला एंड तेलंगाना's इज वरंगल चपाटा चिली. ओके, फर्दर हम देखते हैं. यस, next one that we talk about, geographical indication tag also given to Kuttiyadi coconut. Okay, that could be another product to get GI tag, not yet got, but it was in the news, it was given in the Hindu. So there you have the paperclip as well. So this is with regard to GI tag. Let's proceed to the next article. Now again, this is very important national news because first ever time we see the International Booker Prize is given to this particular language, okay, the language that has been translated. So quickly let us see what is this. Now remember, students get confused with Booker Prize because there are two prizes. There's a Booker Prize and there's International Booker Prize. Both of these sound similar but they are different. Okay, so Booker Prize that we talk about is mainly only for English. Okay, it was constituted in 1969, right? It was founded in the UK. It was a literary award for English books. Okay, it's a work of fiction. Whoever is a publisher with regard to UK or Ireland, they used to get the prize. Now, if for a brief movement, they were also called as Man Booker Prize. So here we see from 2002 to 2019, okay, it was called as Man Booker Prize because the sponsor was Man Foundation, Man Group. Okay, so it was not only given to Man or something, the name of the foundation was that. And then they changed it back to Booker Prize, common Booker Prize, because the sponsor guy changed. Okay, so from 2019 it's a normal Booker Prize called. Now let's understand International Booker Prize. International Booker Prize, this was also called as Man Booker Prize because again the foundation trust that used to give that was Man Group. But again it is originally now called as International Booker Prize itself. Now when did this prize come up? The International came in 2005. When did the Booker Prize come? 1969. International came in 2005. Is that clear? So don't get confused. Second aspect. In 2005, now here they gave to any work that is translated into English, not only for English book. Imagine there's any other book in Hindi, Malayalam, if that is translated, this is where the translated book in English gets the prize. Is that fine? So in 2005 to 2015, it was called again Man Booker Prize, but again foundation shifted 2016. So that is why from 2016 they used to just call it International Booker Prize. Now this is again given to global fiction. You get £50,000 in which you have to give it equally to the translator and the author. So translator gets £25,000, the author gets £25,000. And even if you are shortlisted, you get about £2,500. So shortlisted people also get money. Now let's quickly see the winners of this. So here, remember, these guys, okay, till Arvind, because we know these are Booker Prize, original books that are given in English. Gitanjali Shri, and there's one more that I'm going to name, Banu Mushtaq. Okay, so Banu Mushtaq has written Heart Lamp. This is the prize for 2025. Okay, so these two are for International Booker Prize. International. So 2002 and 2005 it's international because Tomb of Sand was originally written in Hindi. Is that clear? Yes, perfect. And in Heart Lamp, it was written in Kannada and it was in form of short stories. So first ever short story book also to get the Booker Prize, International Booker Prize. So if they ask you the first Indian to win the International Booker Prize, you won't write V.S. Naipaul. You will write Arundhati Roy. Why? Because these are not Indian citizens. They are Indian origin. Okay, they are not Indian citizens but of Indian origin. So V.S. Naipaul is Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, so he's not an Indian citizen anymore. So Arundhati Roy is an Indian citizen, so remember this. Alright, so this is the names, you have to note it down. This is very important. Let's proceed to the next article. Now before I go on to understanding my next topic, I would also like to tell you about, in a very small amount, you can also give the All India mock test series. Okay, so that's going to happen 28th September, 5th October and 8th October. So quickly, if you have not subscribed for it, do so. It is merely just for a small amount of 100 rupees. If you want to give it in offline centers that we have, you can give it just for 199 rupees. So that is for the test series. If you are interested, you'll also have live video sessions, video analysis for each of this. So this is going to really help you. Let's now proceed to the space news now. All right, so space news, quickly, let's firstly do some basics, okay? So basics can be asked in the exam. Basics that we have. So when was ISRO formed? Now ISRO, firstly was a committee that was called as INCOSPAR, Indian National Committee on Space Research. That came in 1962 under Department of Atomic Energy. That means Department of Space was not created back then. Department of Space was created in the year 1972. Okay, so 1969 ISRO was established. 1969 ISRO was established. Then in 72 Department of Space was created. The headquarters is in Bengaluru and the current chairman is V. Narayan. Okay, next. 1975 we see Aryabhat was first satellite that was launched, but remember it was not launched from India. We took the help of Russia. Okay, Kasputin Yar actually it's called Kasputin Yar. Okay, so this was the place where it was launched, and that was the first satellite created by India. 1980 we also made our own satellite and we also launched it successfully by our own vehicle called as the satellite launch vehicle, Rohini RS-1. Then Chandrayaan, the first mission to the moon. This was launched by PSLV. Okay, next we have the Mars Orbiter mission to the Mars 2013, again by PSLV. Then Chandrayaan-2 was not successful, but Chandrayaan-3 2023 we successfully landed on the moon, the soft pole near the moon. And we also see that the day of landing is called as National Space Day in India. 23rd August 2023 is when it landed in a point called as Shiv Shakti point. And finally, in the recent context that we talk about, 2025 is where first ever Indian goes in the International Space Station, who is Shubhanshu Shukla. So let's quickly now understand about the various launch vehicles as well. Because again, questions have been asked with regard to the stages of launch vehicle, full form of launch vehicle. They do ask such questions, right? So if you've gone through the past year papers, you will have a better understanding of the same. So starting with PSLV, which is the full form is Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. Remember, this is called as the workhorse of ISRO because all the important space missions were taken up by them. Further, we see Chandrayaan-1, Mars Orbiter mission. All of these were using the PSLV. The second one was called as Geosynchronous Satellite Launch Vehicle, the second one. Okay. Now remember, PSLV is 4 stages. So it has 4 stages, the launch. So it has solid, liquid, solid, liquid. If you talk about geosynchronous satellite, it has 3 stages only. That is solid, liquid and cryogenic. Cryogenic is at a very low temperature. Okay. Next one is LVM-3. LVM-3 is called Launch Vehicle Mark III. This is like a modified form of GSLV. So this is now going to be used for all our heavy machines, okay, heavy satellites. So it can take up to 10 tons up in the space or 4 tons in the stationary orbit, geosynchronous orbit. So this is where major of our missions will be using LVM-3. Again, the same thing, 3 stages. Okay. Further, we plan to build our own satellite space station like the International Space Station, and that is going to happen mostly on by 2035. Okay, so that's called as Bharatiya Antariksh Station. When do we plan to go on the moon? We plan to land, you send humans on the moon by 2040. By 2040. Okay, so that is some information for you. And finally, we also have created the SSLV, which is small satellite launch vehicle. Now here it only consists of 3 stages. What are the 3 stages? All the 3 stages are solid in state. Okay, the fuel that you're using is solid state. So this is the important launch vehicles that we have. Proceeding to the next one. Yes, we see the Axiom mission. Yes. All right, so Axiom mission, what exactly is this? Let's quickly understand. This is the 4th ever private astronaut mission, which was by a US company called as the Axiom Space, and they have collaborated with NASA and SpaceX. So it's a 14-day mission, although we see that these guys stayed for 18 days, okay? Further, it was launched from the Kennedy Space Station, which is in Florida, okay? And the launch vehicle that we saw was Falcon 9 and the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. The spacecraft that helped them all the way to the ISS was called as Grace, the nickname given to it. So who were the astronauts that went? It was Shubhanshu Shukla, who was from India, Peggy Whitson, who was the mission commander. Then we have Slavoj Juznansky from Poland and Tibor Kapu, who was from Hungary. Okay, so these are the names that we have to remember. And Shubhanshu Shukla, he is the who was a pilot for this mission. Now, they went to International Space Station. Why is this important? Now, International Space Station, if we talk about, it lies in the low Earth orbit, and this is like a collaboration of these space stations like European Space Agency, NASA, JAXA, CSA and Roscosmos of Russia. So they have collaborated and made this, and this was in 1998 where they had launched it. Now the speed of this particular International Space Station is very fast. It is about 28,000 km per hour, so it moves every 90 minutes. It has one rotation, okay? Further, this is the largest ever international artificial body, okay, that's like a laboratory in space, right? So we have the first ever Indian to go there was Shubhanshu Shukla. But remember, he was not the first Indian to go in space. He's the second person that we talk about. The first one that we ever talk about is Rakesh Sharma, who was an Indian Air Force officer. Okay, so just a quick recap for you, because they can ask you related to these also. So we can just have a quick read through also. So he went through which mission, to which launch vehicle? It's called as the Soyuz T-11. Okay, and what was the program called? Like we talked about Axiom mission, this was called as the Intercosmos program. So this was an initiative by Russia. Is that clear? So this was under the Soviet Kazakhstan that this launch happened. It made India the 14th country to send humans into space, and Rakesh Sharma was the 138th overall person to go into space back then in 1984 that we're talking about. Let's quickly understand a little more of the mission. So there were 2 people shortlisted for this. One was Rakesh Sharma and the backup was Ravish Malhotra. Similarly, Shubhanshu Shukla. Okay, Shubhanshu Shukla was the person who went. The backup of this was Prashant Nair. Prashant Nair was the backup. Okay, next, Soyuz T-11, if you talk about this particular mission. Okay, so what was the space station that it docked to, like how they docked to ISS, Axiom mission? This space station was Salyut 7 space station. He also performed an experiment called as the Terra experiment, taking photographs about the resources, about mapping India, and it is said that he also practiced yoga. Okay, so all of that was done. Further, he also carried some stuff from India, from the earth back there. So one was the soil from Rajghat, portraits of national leaders, okay, Gandhi, Nehru, Indira, Zail Singh and R. Venkat Raman, so remember this, and Indian foods and all he had carried. When Shubhanshu Shukla met Modi ji, he gave him a gift. So again, if you have to revise what the gift was, one was the axiom patch, okay, the axiom patch. Second thing, the flag that he took up in the space, up in the International Space Station, he gave that as a gift to Modi ji. So you should know this as well. So gifts given to Modi, all of that. Let's now proceed to the next article. The next article is ISRO's 100th mission. Yeah. Am I not audible? Yes. Is that the same issue for all? Could she check your network maybe? All right, thanks for the confirmation, guys. All right. So next one, we proceed to understand about the navigation with Indian constellation. Okay, so this was again a failed mission that we talk about. Let's see what is exactly this mission. We'll just have a recap, although it failed, but we'll still remember about this, okay? So here we see it is developed by ISRO. It has about 7 satellites. It's called a constellation. It comes under the mission called as NavIC, Navigation with Indian Constellation. The launch that we did was NVS-02, and NVS-02 was launched from where? It was GSLV. Okay, GSLV F-16 is where we had launched it from. Now, here we see that it is part of NavIC, this NVS. It means it's a navigation satellite. And which are the countries which have a navigation apart from India? So we have GPS, the commonly called GPS from US, GLONASS, Russia, Galileo, Europe, it's European Union, and BIRU, which is China. A regional only for that particular region is called as quasi-zenith satellite system, and that is from Japan. Further, if you talk about this particular navigation satellite, so it has 3 satellites that are in this particular geostationary orbit. Geostationary orbit is the one that flies above the equator, whereas if you take it at an axis, this is called as geosynchronous. Okay, so we have 4 at the geosynchronous and 3 at the geostationary, and the level of the region that we are covering is how many kilometers or so. So apart from covering India, it covers also 1,500 kilometer. Okay, 1,500 kilometer beyond India. So that is where we probably want to see our other neighbors as well, right? So that is where this NavIC system we are talking about. Let's proceed to the next article. All right. Yes. Okay, so the next article that we have is ISRO's PSLV C16. Now, however, this also failed. But in the previous video, जो हमने देखा था, previous slide, ठीक है भूमिका, I will try my best to be as slow as possible. Yeah, without affecting the class as well. Okay. So when I'm talking about PSLV C61, okay, तो ये जो है ये launch vehicle ही fail हो गया, right? So but we will just know what exactly it is. तो PSLV का जो ये था 101st. जो पहला वाला देखा वो था 100th launch. This was 101st. So why did it fail? PSLV how many stages, guys? Quickly. PSLV how many stages? Yes, very good. 4 stages, right? So the third part, okay, the third stage, the pressure went low and it did not fire up. So that was the problem. The third stage, the solid stage, that led to a problem, the technical problem. Now, Earth observation, EOS is Earth observation satellite. This was to enhance India's all-weather surveillance capabilities, to have like a good imagery about the earth, about surface, about subsurface, okay, weather conditions. इसीलिए EOS बना था. But however, ये fail हो गया. कोई बात नहीं. Let's proceed to the next mission. अगला mission is Chandrayaan-5. Chandrayaan-5 is called as LUPEX mission. Yes. So LUPEX mission, उसका दूसरा नाम है. It's called as Lunar Polar Exploration Mission. Lunar Polar Exploration Mission. So this is a joint mission, and we are integrating, or we are collaborating with which country? With Japan. और हम क्या करने वाले? We are going to explore materials on the moon, on the south pole of the moon. So this is going to be the 5th. So 4th one we did not see only. So 4th one, remember, this is going to be the first mission of India which will get samples back into the earth. Although India के पहले भी बहुत सारे missions गए हैं and have brought, जैसे कि China's recent mission we talk about, the Chang'e 6 mission, which brought samples back into the earth. So this was China's, right? Then Apollo, Luna, all of these missions have happened, but India wants to do this. So that was going to be under Chandrayaan-4. Now, this is going to be in the permanently shadowed region, the dark region, okay, which does not face the earth. That is the region where we are going to ensure. Now, if you talk about the launch and the contributions, as I said, JAXA is going to collaborate with us. And the launch vehicle, we are not going to use ours, we are going to use the H324L, H324L. So the lander, okay, so the lander that will help to land, okay, it will be built by ISRO. So we have like the Vikram lander, right? So we are going to land, but the rover that is there, okay, that moves around the lunar surface, that will be built by Mitsubishi Heavy Industry. This is important, okay. Further, other payloads and all will be taken from other countries as well, like ISRO, JAXA, ESA, NASA. We are going to be taking it from them as well. Is that clear? All right. Yes. So next article that we see is the NISAR mission. Okay, again another space related news which was released on July 30th, 2025. Now NISAR is a collaboration, but again with two countries, India and USA. That's NASA and ISRO. Now this took a Indian rocket itself, launch vehicle, GSLV F-16. It was launched from India itself, which is Sriharikota. Where is Sriharikota? Andhra Pradesh. Now remember, this is the first ever satellite to use a dual frequency radar, two frequency radars. Which are the two frequency radars? The L band and the S band. So the L band is built by NASA, the S band payload is done by ISRO. What is the use of this? L band is used for forest canopy, ice, soil, for that. Whereas S band is used for monitoring crops, for wetlands. Okay, so that is done by the Indian payload. Now remember, this is the costliest satellite ever built in the world. Okay, so this is what this particular satellite is. Further, it will be for 5 years that this particular satellite will use, and we will see that so far India has how many such satellites in the orbit? The answer is 56 satellites. It is also said in the coming years, we are going to launch a 6,500 kg US-made communication satellite from our own launch vehicle. Okay, so this also was given in the news recently, so we can have like a quick read through. Now let's go through the NISAR mission. As you can see, it is to know or study about the earth. So it's observing the earth, right? When you talk about the volcanic activity, the forest canopies, right, wetlands, all of these changes and all is going to be recorded by the NISAR mission. So it is going to be giving us high resolution data every 12 days. That is why this mission is important. So this is going to be for 5 years. Is that clear? Okay. Proceeding to the next article. Now these are more of one-liners, okay? So let's see what are the one-liners that are important. Sure. Yeah, we will surely do that. We'll try and upload it somewhere for you guys, so you will be able to see. Don't worry. But try as much as possible. You also take down these notes, so you are also invested, right? If you know that the PDF will be provided, you some sort of get relaxed, complacent, and I don't want that to happen. So it may happen that this will be late as well. किसने बोला था 6 बजे से? किसी ने नहीं बोला था, हमने बोला था 5 बजे से है. Yes. Okay. Now let's proceed to other missions as well. Pixel Space India led consortium. Is that clear? Now this has won the InSpace proposal. So InSpace, which was created in 2020. That's Indian Space Authorization and Promotion Center. तो ये जो center है, ठीक है, इसने क्या किया है, पिक्सल स्पेस को चुना है, and पिक्सल स्पेस will now collaborate with other agencies that we talk about.
English.
Yeah, we talk about the India's first fully indigenous commercial Earth orbit observation satellite. Okay, so which will have about 12 such observation satellites. It will have 12 such Earth observation satellite systems. So this is going to be a PPP model. That means it is going to be India's government agency will help us, ISRO will help us. Along with that, it will have other like Dhruva space, will have SatShaw, will have Pixel space, but Pixel space is the one that is leading it. Okay, so it's going to be 12 Earth observation satellites going up in the space, and the first ever commercial project. We also saw Earth observation project, but that was done by ISRO, government, right? But this is private body that is integrating. That's why it's important. Further, that we talk about Himalayan Outpost for Planetary Exploration. Now this is called as HOPE, Himalayan Outpost. Now what are they going to do is, they are going to create similar conditions on Earth in India like that we see in Mars and on Moon. Okay, now this is not the first time ever that it has done. We have seen it is done also in other countries. Okay, so firstly, where is this going to happen? This is going to be in Sokar, which is in Ladakh. Who is doing this? It is by, again, ISRO's Human Spaceflight Center collaborating with Protoplanet. Clear? So this is the two organizations collaborating to create similar environment like Moon and like Mars. Further, other similar research stations that we see, like Mars Desert Research Center. This is done by US. Flashline Mars Arctic Station. This is done by Canada. BIOS 3, this is done by Russia. Clear? Proceeding. Next one, we have the LEAP mission. Okay, now the LEAP mission is done by Dhruva Space. Now Dhruva Space is a startup in Hyderabad who is now going to launch the first ever commercial satellite. This is going to be probably in the last months of this year. So again, we'll keep a check on that. This is collaborating with other countries as well, and we are launching via the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. So that is going to be used. A commercial satellite is going to be used by the help of an international body. That's why this again is a important information. Let's also see with regard to Artemis Accord. Now Artemis Accord, okay, what exactly is this Artemis Accord, which was created in 2020, which India has signed also. So remember, Artemis Accord is like principles and guidelines with regard to Outer Space Treaty. So Outer Space Treaty came in the year 1967. So that we are able to use the outer space in a more disciplined manner, so that we don't misuse the space, so that we don't use it for warfare, right? So 1967 was mainly for peaceful use of space. So Artemis Accord talks about these principles and these guidelines. Now remember, the latest country to ever join it is Senegal. We were about the 27th country to be a member of this. So here we see that earlier the countries that were there, CSA, ESA, JAXA, Mohammed bin Rashid Space, that's UAE. So they are part of it, and these Artemis is like program is of four parts. First one, they just send a uncrewed test flight, okay, so without any people. That was called as the Orion spacecraft. So they sent people to the moon, but it was not people, they sent just an aircraft to the moon. So this was to orbit the moon. The next part was the Artemis second mission. This mission was again to ensure that we send humans, but again not land on the moon, just to fly by the moon and then come back. So it's called the flyby crew mission, but sending again humans. So that was the second part. The third one, okay, is to land on the moon. That's called Artemis 3 mission. Okay, and Artemis 4 is we are going to have like a proper space station, a proper working station on the moon. That is Artemis 4. Is that fine? So this is the 4 parts of the Artemis Accord. So again, international cooperation, space exploration. If we talk about moon, these are the countries so far that have been able to land on the moon successfully. India being ranking the 4th in this particular aspect. Let's now proceed to the next article. Now again, we talk about international space stations, international you can say missions. Here we have the Blue Ghost mission. This was launched by the Firefly Aerospace, which was a mission to the moon. But remember, this was the first mission to land upright, but it is not the first ever private mission, because there was a private mission before this who landed not upright but maybe like sideways, like how a plane lands, something like that. So that was called as Intuitive's machine, and the name of the program was Odyssey. So this was the first ever private mission. Okay, whereas the first private mission to land straight, upright, that is Blue Ghost mission. So that was on January 15, 2025, and a full lunar day kind of a mission that they created. All right, let's proceed to the next one, Starlink. Now Starlink, again with regard to satellite, we see that they have created a partnership. Yes. No, we are covering topics sector-wise. That would be better. Right? Like space news, I'm doing everything in one go. Then we will do reports and indices in one go. We'll do environment news in one go. I think that should help you in revising as well. Yeah. If you talk about Starlink, okay, what is Starlink? Starlink is owned by Elon Musk company, which is SpaceX. Now this is to provide internet services via satellites. Internet services via satellites. So it is creating a joint, you can say a collaboration with regard to Indian companies like Bharti Airtel, all right, and with Reliance Jio. Okay, so Starlink has set up these agreements with Airtel and Jio. So what is Starlink? It is a 7,000 plus satellite constellation, which is giving internet services to about 40 plus countries. Okay, it is, all of these satellites are in the low Earth orbit. Remember the traffic in space with so many satellites, right? However, there's positives and negatives to it. Positives is excellent coverage because, be it anywhere, any part in the oceans, you will still get internet connectivity because of these satellites. The negative part of it, of course, is the speed, right? Because again, it has to relay huge distances that we talk about. So therefore, the speed of this is not quite good. And of course, the drawback is going to be expensive, right? It's going to be expensive. So that is when you talk about the Starlink. Proceeding to the next mission, again an international mission, which was released on April 29th. Okay, so this was called as the Biomass mission. Now Biomass mission is by which agency? ESA, which is the European Space Agency. So what does this want to do? They are mainly getting information about the Earth. So it's an Earth observation mission, right? It is a part of the Earth Explorer program of European Space Agency, which is where it is trying to get information about the Earth's interior, exterior, hydrosphere, atmosphere, various parts of the Earth. It's trying to know about, a study about the Earth. So Earth observation is largely what they are saying. So this is the picture that we've also got about. Let's proceed. So these are more of one-liners that can be expected as to whose mission this is. You should be aware. Okay. So we are again covering both information for Clat and for ailet. So this is going to really help you in on various other exams if you're giving SLAT, MHCET. These are very, very helpful for you guys. Okay. Proceeding to the next aspect, which is China's Tianwen-2 mission. Now, why is China's Tianwen-2 mission? Now, a very similar question had come back in your ailet exam with regard to this. So that's why we are studying about it. So it is, China is collecting samples from an asteroid. The name of the asteroid is Camo Eleva 469219. Okay. Now, this is the third ever country to do so. That's why it's important. The other two countries are US and Japan. So, US had sent a mission called as OSIRIS-REx, and from the asteroid name is Bennu. Similarly, Japan has sent Hayabusa 2 for asteroid collecting samples, Ryugu. The asteroid name is Ryugu. Okay, so these are, so the question that had come was with regard to NASA's OSIRIS, the name of the asteroid that it took samples from, that was the question asked. So again, it can be asked in this particular context as well. Is that clear? And this leads us to the end of the sports news. Sorry, to the end of the space news. Now we will move on to our environment news. Yes. Thank you so much, Bablu. Yes. All right. Now let's focus on our environment articles. But before we move on to environment articles, I would also tell you, let's quickly also do a little timeline about various climate pacts, environment pacts like biodiversity pacts. So all of this is necessary, and don't forget that we have also launched a test series, right? So the All India mock that is going to happen 28th September, 5th October, 8th October, just for a very small amount. It's going to help you to understand your competition. All right, guys, let's continue then with the timelines. So the timeline that we understand firstly is, when did it all begin with regard to the environment? So it started with 1972 in a conference called as the Stockholm Conference on Human Environment. So this is the first ever conference called as Conference on Human Environment, where they created a body for environment called as UNEP. It has its headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya. And remember, this was formed on 5th June, which is why we celebrate Environment Day on 5th June, right? Beat plastic pollution is the theme this year. Further, there was a Nairobi conference as well, but it was not very substantial, okay? It was not very important. Then 1987, so UN body, they created like a, you can say a report, okay? They said they made like, okay, UN sponsored a report. And the body was formed in 1983. The report was given in 1987. So the name of the report is Brundtland Commission Report. The report's name was, Our Common Future. That was the main report. So Brundtland, why the name? Because he was the Prime Minister of Norway. So that's why the name. And we see that it talked about what we should do, what should be the principles, what should be aligned. All of that is given in this Brundtland Commission report, right? Further then, 1988, now what we decided is we didn't have data. Like if at all we are saying that something is affecting the environment, what has been the change, how much it has depleted, we don't have any data. So they said, let's create a body, and that body will get us the data, and then we'll set targets. So that is why they created something called as the IPCC. That's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I'm repeating it once again. IPCC was formed by UNEP, that's United Nations Environment Program, and WMO, World Meteorological Organization. And this particular IPCC that we talk about, which is Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So that body was necessary because it gave data, scientific data about climate change. Now that was formed in 1990. They gave the report. The first report was given. The report was given, the first assessment report, which talked to us or told us about climate change and the ill effects it is going to pose. Now that we had the data, what was left to do? Set timelines, set targets, meet with countries. So that is why in 1992, what came in? Yes, what came in? The Earth Summit, the Rio Earth Summit, right, in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So the three outcomes that we see is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, United Nations Convention on Biodiversity, and United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. These are the three important conventions. Let's quickly see all about the three, because again, quite probable exam, always in the news. Okay, it can be asked in the exam. So starting with UNFCCC, this is for what? This is for climate change. ठीक है? तो याद रखना है ये. Remember COP1, it was the first ever COP that happened in Berlin. This was in Geneva. Okay. Next is COP3. This happened in 1997. Okay. So this was in Kyoto Protocol, it was called. Kyoto is in Japan, where they started classifying countries as to who should be held responsible. It's called common but differentiated responsibilities, because developed countries are the ones that actually cause so much pollution, right? So they should be held accountable. So that is why they said that they put some targets on the developed countries that you ensure that you are reducing pollution. Okay. And they also said created some sort of a carbon market where if you are less polluting, you can get money for it and you can offset the changes done by a polluting country. The main, if you talk about, okay, now these of course there were so many of them, it happens every year. But the main one that happened, which was legally binding, was COP21, which is called as the Paris Agreement. Now here, it told each and every country that you give your targets. The targets are called as nationally determined contributions, को NDCs कहते हैं, right? They are called as NDCs. So NDCs are the ones that are mainly for ensuring that the temperature is not exceeding, the global average temperature should not exceed more than 2 degrees Celsius. And as much as possible, okay, try and curtail it to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So you take efforts for 1.5, but don't ensure that it does not go beyond 2 degrees Celsius. Okay, so that was discussed in the Paris Agreement. So did we make any targets? The answer is yes. India also had to give targets. India also had to give nationally determined contributions, and this was our target. So our target that we see was ensuring, so this is the updated one. I'm not going to be doing this. I'm going to be doing the updated one which we gave in 2022. This was the time when in 2015 when Paris Agreement happened, we gave that target, but we then updated it. Okay, why did we update? Because there was another summit that happened in Glasgow. Glasgow is in UK. Okay, so the COP that happened, COP26, it happened in 2021. So after this we changed a little bit. We said okay, we need to do a little more. So that's why we said we will reduce the emissions to about 45% from the earlier 2005 level. Remember, all these targets are set to 2030 except for one, which I'll tell you in a bit. But these are to ensure that 2030 tak, we are going to ensure these targets are met. So here we also see 50% of the non-fossil fuels that we are going to be, the 50% of our energy is going to come from non-fossil fuel. When I'm talking about non-fossil fuel, it means solar, wind, hydro, tidal, all of which does not cause pollution. It is green. But remember, this has been achieved. We have achieved this, okay, as of 2025. The next one was carbon sink. Carbon sink is same as earlier. That means we are going to ensure that we have a good source of afforestation, okay, or something that is absorbing the carbon from the atmosphere, which is called as carbon sink, to absorb the carbon. So how much sink are we creating? We are creating 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon sink. Okay, so this is mainly through planting of trees, so that carbon dioxide from the atmosphere is removed. There's one more aspect which is called as 500 gigawatts are going to come from renewable energy, okay, again by 2030, and we are also going to achieve net zero target by 2070. What do you mean by a net zero target? Yes, COP21 was in 2020. No, COP21 we talk about 15 Paris Agreement. Yes. All right, all right. Yes, Berlin, Germany. Yes, okay, so net zero target that we talk about, how much carbon we are producing, that much carbon we will absorb. So how much we are letting go in the environment, that much we will take in from the planet, okay, so that was 2070, but remember the global target, the world target is set to 2050. So the world will ensure 2050, but we said no, we will take time to 2070. Till then we will not do anything, okay. So this is with regard to our climate targets. Proceeding to some other recent COPs that happened. So these are some recent ones, okay. So COP29 happened in 2024. Okay, COP28 happened in 2023. This was in Dubai, UAE, and here the target was set is we will triple the capacity of renewable. We will ensure countries use maximum of renewable energy by 2030. and loss and damage fund was adopted. What is loss and damage fund? Mainly those countries that are affected by climate change, right? They are undergoing some losses and damages, so that will be paid by the developed countries. That is called as loss and damage fund. Okay, whichever countries are undergoing the ill effects of climate change, they will get money for the same. That comes under loss and damage fund. Next, 2024, where was it? Baku, Azerbaijan. What was specific about this agreement? This agreement, so these are recent ones, so they can be asked, okay? Now, in COP29, they talked about something called as the carbon credits, okay, carbon markets. So they wanted to talk about a centralized carbon market under the Paris Agreement, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, that if at all a company is or a country is reducing emissions, so they can give the extra credits to other countries in exchange for money, right? So that is called as carbon credits. Now, who or which company, which activity will go under this, all that has to be decided at a national level. So in India, which is the body that will decide about a carbon market, like which activities will be eligible for this transfer. So all of that is by a new body that India has recently created. So let me quickly first do that and then I'll continue with this. The body is called as Nationally Determined Authority. So this is a requirement under the Paris Agreement of 2015, which was finalized in this Baku Agreement that I just explained, right? So under this, Article 6 talks about to have these emission trading markets. Okay, so that they monitor as to in India which are the activities responsible or which activities will fall under this emission markets, which companies will come under this. Okay, all regulating these matters will be done by NDA, which is a 21-member body. Okay, it will be headed by the Secretary of the Environment Minister, and they will have various ministers from other organizations, other departments. Okay, now continuing for the next we have the COP29 also talked about new collective quantified goal. So they said we need to create some donations, like we need to create some fund where the developed countries are giving money, like we discussed in Kyoto. So here they said 300 billion per year by 2035 is what money is going to be taken. Okay, it aims to triple the fund. So now earlier it was decided 100. So now they have tripled it, that is 300 billion dollars, with the developed countries are taking the lead. They will spend so much for climate finance. The next that we have, which is in 2025, that is this year. Where is this happening? It is happening in COP30 is happening in Belém, Brazil. Can you tell me who is the president of this particular summit? Yes, quickly. Yes, that's correct, Pranav. President of Brazil is Lula da Silva, but president of this summit is Andre Correa do Lago. Okay, Andre Correa is the president of this summit. He's been in the news of recently, so you need to know. Proceeding to the next one, that's UNCBD. Let's quickly understand about some important facts. Okay, when is Biodiversity Day? If we talk about, it is celebrated on 22nd May. It is celebrated on 22nd May, and the theme for this year is harmony with nature and sustainable development, to sort of have awareness about biodiversity that we talk about. Remember, 1992 is when CBD was created, that's United Nations Convention on Biodiversity. I had explained this in the Rio Summit. So India is a party to this, and India also ensured that we have our own very act. So India also enacted the Biological Diversity Act in 2002. Now biodiversity, this concept was given by whom? It was given by the person Walter G. Rosen in the year 1985. Okay, which talks about diversity in various spheres, be it animals, humans, fishes, everything. Okay, and the decade of biodiversity was 2011 to 2022. That was the decade of biodiversity. Coming to UNCBD, the headquarters of UNCBD is Montreal, Canada. Now remember, UNFCCC and UNCCD, both of them have their headquarters in Bonn. And you know where's Bonn? Yes, Germany. Okay. Yes. Further, what are the important conferences? Like we discussed Kyoto and Paris. Here there are two important ones. One is Cartagena Protocol and the second one is Nagoya Protocol. Okay, these two names you have to remember. So both of them are related to UNCPD. So Cartagena Protocol talks about living modified organisms, you know, the ones that are genetically changed. Okay, so the transfer of these genetically changed organisms or living modified organisms, okay, so that comes under Cartagena Protocol. Whereas Nagoya Protocol is for sharing the benefits of the biodiversity. That means not one country should not get the benefit of everything because it is the nature that's providing, right? So that is coming under the Nagoya Protocol. So these two protocols are important. Let's now do recent missions about CBD. So if you talk about last year was the summit. Next summit will happen when? It will be in 2026 because CBD does not happen every year. CBD happens once in 2 years. So 24 hua, then it will be 2026. Now 2026 if you talk about where it's going to happen? In Yerevan, which is in Armenia. Clear? So this is COP16, Cali, Colombia. It took place in two parts. So first part took in Cali, the second part took in Rome, Italy. Okay, now Cali Fund was announced. What is Cali Fund? Cali Fund was a private fund. Okay, that means from private organizations will start giving money. Why are they going to give money? They are going to give money to ensure fair and sustainable sharing of benefits and also of the digital sequence information of genetic resources. That means what is happening currently, you must have heard about the Genome India project where they are taking or studying the genomic sequence, the genetic sequence, right, DNA sequence of various species, various humans, right? So the same thing, whatever benefit they are going to get out of this about the digital sequence information, their benefits are going to be shared by everybody. That is what the Cali Fund will be used for. So it refers to the genomic sequence data, okay, to understand about environment, about biology and so on. So remember, Cali Fund was created. Now even COP15 is a little important. So I'm just going to give you a insight about the same. Let's quickly study about COP15. COP15 took place in two parts again. One was in Kunming. Kunming is in China. And the second part happened in Montreal. Okay. What was the aim in this? It was a 30-30 target. What is 30-30 target? They are going to restore 30% of the degraded biodiversity, okay, by 2030. 30% of degraded biodiversity by 2030. That is why this is called as 30-30 target. This is important, guys. Please note it down. It's not mentioned in the handout, right? Okay. Proceeding to the next one, we are doing UNCCD. CCD is for what? To combat desertification. Those lands that have become dry. Now, why are we focusing on dry lands? That's because, you know, our very existence we owe to the soil. If there wasn't soil, there won't be crops. If there won't be crops, we won't have anything to eat. If we don't have anything to eat, we will not sustain, right? So that is why lands are important. Now let's quickly understand about it. So here is to ensure sustainable land management. We don't misuse the soil, right? We are protecting our soil from becoming arid, semi-arid. Okay, all those, because many species of course are directly and indirectly related to these soils. So here we have a target to achieve land degradation neutrality. That means whatever land that is becoming deserted, we are trying to reverse that, okay, or trying to get this back, or reversing it by 2030. This is the year that is there. So most of these targets are 2030. That by now you must have realized this. Now, when is the World Day to combat desertification? Quickly use the answer chat box to tell me. Very good, Dave. That's the correct answer. 17th June, and the theme for this year is restore the land and unlock the opportunities. Yes, okay, so please note this down. Let's proceed to the next understanding key. When was the recent COP that happened? So COP16 happened in 2024. The next COP will happen again. Like CBD, which happens once in 2 years. Similarly, CCD also once in 2 years. So if you have Saudi Arabia that this happened, we'll see that this next one will happen in 2026, where? In Mongolia, COP17. Okay, so remember this one. Next meeting will happen, especially for the ones that are giving the exam next year. You need to know this. Okay. What was decided? That they are going to give about $12 billion to ensure the desertification, to combat desertification. There was also an initiative that was announced called as the Great Green Wall. Now we know that in the Sahara region, near in the continent, we see that the area is degrading at a faster region. The desertification is happening there at a faster rate. So to combat that, they are pumping in money. So we are getting about 11 million from Italy, 3.6 million from Austria, and to help these African countries in restoring this region. Okay, so this is the Green Great Wall. India's target is what? Now India had the COP14 took place in India. Okay, so in this they announced that we will restore about 26 million hectares, okay, of degraded land by 2030. So in India, the 26 million hectares that have been degraded, we will restore it by 2030. Again, a very important fact. Yeah, all right. Let's now quickly proceed to the next part, which is IMD. So we are focusing on Indian Meteorological Department. So again, this has been very important in the news relating to climate because we celebrate 150th anniversary of Indian Meteorological Department. So we also have seen cloud burst happening, heat waves happening. So always this was on the news this year. So let's have a quick recap of this body. So it was established in the year 1875, 150 years. It is responsible for weather forecasting and meteorology. That means if at all floods or there's some tsunami, earthquake or something happening, right? Or with regard to weather events that are happening, this is the body that's going to give us updates. Cyclones happening, this body will give us updates. So it gives us 4 color criteria. Okay, so Gyore, that is Gyore ka Gyore, that is green, yellow, orange, red. Red is where it is very risky. Further, it works under Ministry of Earth Sciences. In headquarters is in New Delhi, and it also has offices in Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Nagpur and Guwahati. It was formed in the year 1875, 15 January, right? And for weather forecasting, rainfall monitoring, climate related research, all of this is what it does. It had also launched something called as the Mission Mausam. Mission Mausam was to ensure to increase the accuracy with regard to weather forecasting, because so often it happens so that it gives a red alert and that day only there's no rainfall, right? So it does happen so that is why Mission Mausam was introduced to increase the weather accuracy with regard to weather forecasting, right? Now there was also for Panchayat level, they have also had a separate initiative. We are going to be doing that, but just a classification, what is called as above rainfall, below rainfall, just a little data for you. So 96% to 104%. 104% to 110%. If it's more than 110%, it's called excess rainfall, and if it is between 90 to 95% below, deficient is below 90. Just a little classification with regard to rainfall, because of recently we've seen absurd rainfall activities happening. And what do you mean by something called as a cloud burst? Okay, when a region experiences cloud burst, what is the meaning? Cloud burst is where 100 millimeter of rainfall is experienced in 1 hour in about 10 by 10 square kilometer area. Okay, is that clear? That is called as cloud burst. So especially Uttar Kashi, Himalayan region, where this has been experienced. Proceeding to the next aspect, which is Bharat Forecast System. Now this was launched by IMD, but it is not developed by IMD. It is developed by the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. This is located in Pune. Okay, now what is the aim of this? This is for Panchayat level, down to the Panchayat level, to give it more accuracy, because they are more prone to the ill effects of this, right? Because cities have good infrastructure, whereas the Panchayat level or the ground level or the village level is where they actually suffer. So again, giving them more fine-tuned forecasts, especially to the Panchayat level. Medium and short-term forecast is what is given, like 3-day or a 7-day term what is given. Okay. Further, this will not improve sudden, or if it's a sudden thing, that will not improve, but for a longer time duration, like a 3-day or a 7-day accuracy is what this particular Bharat forecast system gives. So again, recently inaugurated, that's why important for you guys. Proceeding to the next one, we all have done about the Ramsar Convention, so this is going to be a nice quick revision for you guys. But let's quickly see some more facts as well. So Ramsar is a place in Iran. It was formed in the year 1971. India joined in 1982. So the countries came together on 2nd February 1971 in a place in Ramsar, which is in Iran, and that's why 2nd February is celebrated as World Wetland Day. So यहाँ से photo से पता चला, that is Ramsar is for what? Is for wetlands, right? For marshes, for mangroves, anything related to water. Your Ramsar Convention, it comes under. So here, it provides a framework for national, international efforts to conserve and for using these wetlands in a wise manner. So how many wetlands we have under Ramsar? We have 91 Ramsar sites, and the recent ones is Kichar and Menar. Both of them are in Rajasthan. Here, maximum in which state we have? We have it in Tamil Nadu, which about 20. If you talk about country-wise, United Kingdom has the maximum one, okay, 175. India ranks 3rd after Mexico. Okay, so we are 3rd in this particular position with 91 of these sites. Very important. If you talk about area-wise, which has the largest number of it, then your answer is Bolivia. Bolivia has the largest area under Ramsar Convention. Okay, Ramsar protection. So that is why your answer is Bolivia. Is that clear? Next, there's something called as Monterey Record. Now, Monterey's record is mainly a threatened list. That means if at all a site is depleting or is going to deplete, okay, so then it comes under Monterey's record. The first site to come under the Monterey's record is called the Chilika Lake, which is in Odisha. But however, Chilika Lake is no more in the Montreux record. However, we still have 2 sites in the Montreux record. One is the Kola-Dev National Park in Rajasthan, and the second one is the Loktak Lake in Manipur. These are the 2 sites, the 2 wetlands that are there in the Montreux record, which is mainly saying that it is deteriorating, especially due to human activity or due to pollution. Now, like we saw COPs for environment, for biodiversity, and for desertification, we have COPs for Ramsar as well. So the 15th COP happened in Zimbabwe. That was in July, and the theme was protecting wetlands for our common future. Protecting wetlands for our common future. Is that clear? Proceeding to the next one. The next article is the National Board for Wildlife. Again, this is important. Why is it important? Because we are having this particular meeting after a very long time. Okay, so the last meeting ever happened was in 2012. So now we are having it in 2025, and that's why it's important. And important announcements also were made. So you need to know this. Let's quickly revise it, okay? So this is a top level body, advisory body with regard to wildlife conservation, okay, steps to be taken. So all of this is discussed. So it was created in the 2003, the National Board for Wildlife. However, it has a predecessor to this that was formed in 1952, okay? That means 1952 we see Indian Board for Wildlife was created. So that was the older body. Now 47 members are there. The main head is the Prime Minister. Okay, then the amendment also has been done of the Wildlife Protection Act to give it more powers and so. But remember, 2003 was when the body was formed. Further, if you talk about protection, it talks about how we can protect these wildlife species. So a number of announcements were made. We are quickly going to see which are these announcements. We talked about the project Cheetah, which we'll be talking in a little while now. Asiatic lion conservation, we're going to have a survey. Again, we're going to be talking about these species, can be asked. Next is Gharial. Gharial is like the crocodile, right? So Gharial is a project is launched to protect the Gharial population. Mainly they are in the Chambal River. Is that clear? Then the Great Indian Bustard. This is a bird, the state bird of Rajasthan. So this is a critically endangered bird. So again, announcement for improving the population there. Then for tiger conservation, again, cheetah, lion, tiger, I'll be discussing in a while. Then 2 new centers are inaugurated. Which are the 2 centers? The first center is Human-Wildlife Conflict Management. Where is this? This is in Coimbatore, which is in Tamil Nadu. Whereas the second one for disease management, okay, that is being taken in Junagadh. Where is Junagadh? Gujarat. Okay, so 2 centers are created, one for preventing human-animal conflict, which will be in Coimbatore, and to ensure disease protection or disease or study research for animal diseases, it's going to happen in Junagadh. All right, now let's understand animal focus, okay, like because we see that the first ever survey was created for the dolphins. So we'll quickly understand some important information. We talk about the dolphins. They are freshwater species. Dolphins are usually found in 2 types. One is the Indus River dolphin and the Gangetic River dolphin. So here we find different names also given to these dolphins, like the blind dolphin, susu, he-who, side swimming, because of the sound of the breathing sound that they make. So it sounds like that. That's why they've got these names. Now, if we have to see that it's also called as the National Aquatic Animal of India, and they celebrate Dolphin Day on October 5th. Okay, it is an endangered species that we talk about, Schedule 1 of this. Now, total dolphins are 6327. In this, Ganga dolphins are 6324. And then 3 are what? 3 are Indus dolphins. And they are only found in Beas River. Where do we find maximum number of dolphins? In which state? Maximum number of dolphins? Yes, they are found in UP, Uttar Pradesh. Okay? Proceeding to the next one, International Big Cat Alliance, which is the latest country to be a part of it. The latest country is Nepal. Okay, Nepal is the latest country. Let's see what is this initiative. International Big Cat Alliance was created in the year 2023 in Mysore, Karnataka by our Prime Minister. This is to protect 7 cats, which are tiger, lion, leopard, snow leopard, cheetah and jaguar. Remember, out of these 7 cats, 2 are not found in India. One is jaguar and the second one is puma. Remember, this is a coalition of over 90 plus countries, okay, which are following in this cat the big cat range. Here we see the headquarters is in Delhi itself, India itself. Okay, because we have launched it. The secretariat, which is Delhi, I'll just write it here. And the president of this particular IBCA, who is that? The president is our very own Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, who is Bhupendra Yadav. Bhupendra Yadav is the president. And if they ask you about Director General, it is SP Yadav, who is an IFS officer. So SP Yadav is the Director General and President is Bhupendra Yadav, right? Let's now proceed to specific animals. Project Cheetah, always in the news because he always transferring, so all of that's why it's in the news. It was to ensure that we get cheetahs back into India, because cheetahs were extinct in 1952. These cheetahs that we talk about is the Asiatic cheetahs, not the African cheetahs. What we have got now are the African cheetahs from 3 countries, Namibia, South Africa and Botswana. We have about 29 of them remaining, right? Apart from that, we see that where are the cheetahs located? First time they came in Kuno National Park, which is in Madhya Pradesh. Now they are shifted to Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary. Again, this is in Madhya Pradesh itself. Is that clear? So this was with regard to Project Cheetah. And the IUCN status of the African cheetah is vulnerable, okay, whereas Asiatic cheetah is critically endangered. It said we have only about 12 left, that too in Iran, right? So that is how the African cheetahs are a little bigger in size, whereas these are a little slender, smaller in size. Clear? Proceeding to the next one, Asiatic lions. So we have a survey that was created, a 16 survey for them as well, called the Asiatic Lion Survey, in which we have about 891 lions remaining, and here it is located only in the Gir region of Gujarat. They are also creating a new habitat, which is in Barda Sanctuary, which is also in Gujarat itself. The IUCN list is vulnerable, okay, and you remember the disease associated with them. This also has been in the news. It's babesiosis. Okay, so if they ask you it is related to which animal, it affects the RBCs of these lions, okay, which lead to lessening of their population. So here the green status also that is given to them is largely depleted. So this is a new status that is given, largely depleted by the IUCN, so which talks about what are the conservation efforts, have they been able to recover their habitat, their these lions. So that is the green status. So according to that, it is largely depleted, but according to the red list, the normal IUCN list, it is vulnerable. Okay. Now let's see Project Lion, which was created in 2020. The objective of this was for securing the future of Asiatic lions to increase the population. The time period is for 10 years, so it's going to be up till 2030, and we have mainly the state government of Gujarat, taking the initiative for the same. Proceeding to the next one, which is Project Tiger, came in the year 1973 under the chairmanship of Karan Singh Committee, who proposed for the same. So Wildlife Protection Act 1972, they brought this particular Project Tiger to increase the tiger population, right? Tiger Day is celebrated on 12th July. Okay, and we see that here the tigers that are there, it falls under the endangered list. Okay, the largest tiger population, if you talk about, it is in Jim Corbett, which is in Uttarakhand. And if they talk about state-wise, it is Madhya Pradesh. Okay, how many tiger reserves does India have? Quickly. How many tiger reserves does India have? Very good. The answer is 58, which is the latest one being Madhav Tiger Reserve in Madhya Pradesh. Yes. Proceeding to the next article, we are now going to go about with regard to the international organizations. So quickly we will see all international organizations that are in the news. Okay, we'll have to quickly go through it. Let's start then with regard to Bay of Bengal, BIMSTEC. Okay, so Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. Now BIMSTEC, if we talk about, it was formed in 1997 by the signing of the Bangkok Declaration. Now headquarters of this is in Dhaka, Bangladesh. And who is the current Secretary General? It is from India. So you should know this, Indira Mani Pandey. What are the members of the BIMSTEC? How many members are there? So the short form is MBBSNIT. That is, if we talk about Myanmar, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, India, Thailand. This is the short form you have to remember. Okay, and the recent meeting that happened in Bangkok, it was a 6th ever meeting. Okay, the theme was prosperous, resilient and open BIMSTEC, very important, and the number of outcomes also were issued. Let's quickly see what are the outcomes that had come. So firstly, we saw BIMSTEC Center of Excellence on Disaster Management and Maritime Security, Medicine and Research and Training. So that was the first thing that was introduced. Second one is BODI. So they can give you what is BODI. BODI is BIMSTEC for Organized Development of Human Resource Infrastructure. That means for upskilling youth, okay, for training professionals, students, giving them scholarships. So skilling the youth, BODI. Tisra, BIMSTEC's Chamber of Commerce. Okay, so this one for organizing BIMSTEC Business Summit every year. So countries will cooperate in the economic front. Next, India will also host a BIMSTEC athletics meet. Very important. And the first BIMSTEC Games also will happen in India in 2027. So in the sports sector also we are collaborating. Now, last statement is very important. Second BIMSTEC Ports Conclave. This is going to happen in Visakhapatnam. Okay, so this happened in Visakhapatnam for maritime connectivity. Okay, because you'll see they are all surrounding the Bay of Bengal, right? That's why the name. Except for Nepal and Bhutan, which relies on countries like Bangladesh and India because they are landlocked countries. Let's now proceed to the next organization, which is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So what are the members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and which is the latest member to join? The latest was Belarus, which joined last year, whereas China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, India, Pakistan, Iran, Belarus. Do you need to remember the names? Yes, you have to remember which are the countries. Okay, so actually it was formed in the year 2001. Back then, we saw that in 1996, in fact, there were 5 countries who had joined it. 2001, there were more countries that joined. Okay. Further, we see that this has a leaders summit. This has like a council of heads meeting, defense ministers meeting. Okay, so they have some sort of meetings that happen. This year, China is conducting all these meetings. Okay, so China. There were 2 places. One is Qingdao, okay, where the defense ministers meeting took place, and the main meeting happened in Tianjin. So this was the 25th ever meeting that ever happened. Now, Shanghai Cooperation Organization has its headquarters in Beijing, which is in China. Remember, it does not have its headquarters in the name Shanghai. It has it in Beijing. Okay. They also have something called as RATS. RATS is what? Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure. This was in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Okay. Now, let's quickly also see what is the military exercise that is conducted. It's called as Peaceful Mission. This was hosted by Russia. So if they ask you Peaceful Mission is related to which body, you have to write SCO. Let's quickly understand when did India become a member. India became a member in 2017 along with our neighbor Pakistan. Okay. And we held the chairman the 23rd meeting when it happened in 2023. The official languages is Russian and Chinese, important. That's the official language of SCO. And the theme of this year was upholding the Shanghai spirit, SCO on the move. So they talk about integrity, coming together, countries coming together, respect, equality. All of this is what we are trying to promote. Now remember, every year we also designate something as the cultural capital of Shanghai. What is cultural capital? So we designate one city and say that, okay, this particular city now is the cultural city. So this helps us to recognize it at an international level because that city is known for some culture, okay, and also promoting tourism there. So the first ever cultural capital was Kashi, Varanasi. Okay, so it was actually declared because of the 23rd summit, which was done by India. So that was proposed back then. So the first thing happened in Kashi. Now this year is which one? Okay, so if you talk about 25-26, Kyrgyzstan will be taking the 26th summit. Okay, the 26th. I mean the next summit will happen in Kyrgyzstan. So the cultural capital will be taken from Kyrgyzstan. And which is that cultural capital? Cholpon Ata. You have to remember this name. Okay. Now if you'll remember, 25th was in China. So China, the summit was which one? The cultural capital was this one? Qingdao. So remember what they ask you. If they ask you for the year 24-25, which is the cultural capital, it's Qingdao. For year 25-26, it is Choplonata. 26th summit of SCO is Kyrgyzstan. 25th summit is China. Is that clear? Some other important agreements that was decided. So they signed something called as the Tianjin Declaration, which condemns terrorism, especially even recent attacks like the Pahalgam issue. Further, we're talking about expanding our partnership. So even though we have 10 full members, we have 17 partners, some like observers. Okay, they're interested, but they're not members, full members. So Laos is the recent one. That's why you have to remember. They also talked about the SCO Development Bank, like we have BRICS, no? They have the new development bank. So something like the SCO Development Bank was proposed with China giving more financial support. again for infrastructure, on the same lines like New Development Bank. Then they also talked about institutional mechanisms. So they are going to create some centers for against organized crime, for against cyber security, cyber threats, okay, drug and trafficking, so to control and prevent that. We also supported India's vision, which is one Earth, one family, one future. This was recognized, so India's influence in this summit is also shown. Proceeding to the next one is BRICS. This has been, of course, asked last year. So as you may say that, oh, this may not be asked this year, but we will still revise. It can be asked in other exams, right? Yes. All right. So let's quickly see. Originally, this particular summit, this particular idea was given to us in 2001 by a British economist called as Jim O'Neill from Goldman Sachs. Okay. Jim O'Neill. Is that clear? So that was emerging economies as compared to the West, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China. So they met on the sidelines of G8. Back then it was G8 because Russia was a part. Russia left in 2014. Okay. So when you talk about G7, it met in 2006. They discussed and everything. 2009, they met for the first meeting. Where did that happen? Yekaterinburg, Russia. Okay, but that time it was only 4 countries, BRIC. Okay, then one other country came in. Which is that country? South Africa. When did South Africa come? In 2010. That's why the name came as BRICS. Then it remained so up till 2000. Like the country remained 5 of them only. New additions came last year. So we're going to see which are the new additions. But before that, the 6th BRICS Summit, which was in Fortaleza, which was in Brazil. Okay, it launched a bank called as New Development Bank, aiding countries with regard to their development needs. New Development Bank, which has its headquarters. Now remember, this has its headquarters in Shanghai. Clear? Apart from that, which are the members of BRICS? So the original 5 BRICS. Apart from that, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Indonesia, UAE. Remember, Indonesia is the latest member to join in 2025. Saudi Arabia also was extended invitation, but it has not yet accepted, not signed it yet. So formally yet to recognize. Argentina rejected only because it didn't want to upset USA. 17th BRICS Summit, where did it take place? Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, right? Further, the theme of this year was strengthening global South, cooperation for a more inclusive, sustainable governance. Very important. They can ask you the themes. Okay. Proceeding to understand what were the important takes from the summit. 11 new partner countries, like we saw Laos for SCO. Here we have 11 members, which will be partners. Okay, not members but partners. So these are the partner countries that we can see. We also talked about climate financing, artificial intelligence, as well as for eliminating some socially determined diseases. So they can ask you as to what was talked about in the declaration, what were the new things introduced. So you should know these names. Okay. Further, they also talked about something called as the multilateral guarantee mechanism. Multilateral guarantee mechanism. Now, in this is introduced by the bank, the New Development Bank, which will be mainly taking private capital. So, private funding for what? For climate resilience, for sustainable development. Is that clear? So, this was all with regard to BRICS. Proceeding to Quad. So, remember there's something also called as Quad. Okay. So, don't get confused. Quad consists of USA, Japan, Australia and Philippines. Okay, that is Quad. We are discussing Quad. Quad again is an informal group which consists of India. So we've replaced Philippines in Quad. Okay, so this is India. Now, this is not a military alliance. This is just a cooperation among the countries, and it was formed during a forum, the ASEAN Regional Forum. And remember, this year it could be important also because we cover about 20 years of Quad. Okay, so now let's see the origin of Quad. When did it all began? It began in 2004 when these countries came together when there was a tsunami in the Indian Ocean region, right? Yes. So here we see that the countries started beginning to talk, but nothing ever happened, like nothing major happened. They used to meet, the meetings were not regular. Then again they decided to revive this group. So the revival of the group happened in 2017. Okay, so in 2017, it was back then we had Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. Of course, he was assassinated. So later on, so 2017 we revived this particular group, and back again they then started having meetings regularly, specifically from 2021 onwards, especially after COVID. It's all regular. So you know, they talk about COVID-19 vaccines development, cancer moonshot. Okay, so all of that was you know, talked about, discussed in these particular recent summits. Now, recent summit that we talk about happened in the year 2024, Wilmington Summit. This was in USA. Okay, this was even the 6th leaders, so leaders as in the prime ministers, the presidents of the countries, they came together in US in a place called Wilmington, that is in USA, and they signed the Wilmington Declaration. So even the foreign affairs minister meeting happened in US, but the next leaders summit probably will be hosted by India. This is in the leaders summit. So we may expect something at the end of the year that India may host the Quad Leaders Summit. Further, what are the initiatives given under the Quad Summit? So one is the Sea Ship Observer Mission. This is to cooperate in the Indian and the Pacific Ocean, Indo-Pacific that we call about. So this is the first of a kind of a declaration which was talked about in the Wilmington. Okay, so this is the Sea Ship Observer Mission. We also have something called as a Critical Minerals Initiative. Critical minerals is to reduce the dependency of what? On China. Alright, next one we have the US-led Mineral Security Partnership. This is not under Quad, but I would want to highlight this because it is related to critical minerals only. So US-led Minerals Security Partnership. This is a group started by USA in 2022. India joined last year. Actually, India joined in 2023. Okay, and this is so that it kind of counters China's dependency, so that it is not, countries are not dependent on China. So we ourselves are being self-sufficient, helping each other with regard to supply chains of critical minerals. Another initiative which India and US have signed, called as the Trust Initiative. What's the full form? Transforming relationship utilizing strategic technology. Okay, so this is again to ensure collaboration with regard to extraction, processing of these critical minerals. India has how many critical minerals? India notifies 30 critical minerals, right? And here, yes, we see that Quad does not have any headquarters. Quad does not have any headquarters. The other Quad initiatives that we can also see, we have Maitri, which is a workshop, you know, with regard to maritime initiative of training. We also have a naval exercise called as Malabar. Okay, so Malabar is there, Maitri is there, which is going to be done by India. Then there's Quad Ports of the Future Partnership, again launched in Mumbai, maybe in October 2025. With regard to port cities. Okay, so we're talking about again highlighting ports, logistics, okay, transportation. Then US and India are going to host something called as the Undersea Cables Forum to increase digital infrastructure collaboration among countries, among the Quad countries. So that is done by US and India. Let's proceed to the next one. We have G7 group. Okay, G7 group again, where was the recent summit? This was the 51st summit that happened in Kananaskis in Alberta, which is in Canada. So again we see Modi ji was invited, but remember India is not a member of G7, but we are you know, invited for these meetings. So here we see Canada, France, Germany, Italy, UK, US. These are the advanced economies that created this body in the year 1975 in response to the oil crisis of 1973. That among these countries we will help each other. Even it became G8 because addition of Russia, but it had to, you know, it was left out when Russia, when the annexation of Crimea happened in 2014. Further, we see that there is again no headquarters, no permanent structure. Presidency rotates, okay, but remember, European Union is also a member, okay, but it is a non-enumerated member. So it does not hold presidency, it participates, but not holding presidency among this. It's clear? So this was a G7 group. Then we have International Criminal Court, okay. So again, this was in news because US President Trump had said that I'm going to put sanctions on this ICC, okay, any like the travels of these ICC officials and all, I'm going to sanction, because this ICC issues warrants against country, against his friends, right, Israel, against Russia, against US President. This has always sent these sanctions, not against US President of late, but with regard to Russia, yes, Putin, yes, and Benjamin Netanyahu. So it has sent these warrants. So anything against my friend, then I will come at you. So that is the case. So this is the first permanent international criminal code that was created because of the Rome Statute, which was adopted in 1998, but it came into force in 2002. So anything with regard to genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, okay, they can issue warrants not on countries. It issues on persons, individuals, or association. So it files warrants against people, not against countries. So we've got 125 countries that are part of it. Remember, India, Israel, US, China, Russia, none of them are part of this. So recent members, you just have to remember, Malaysia as well as Ukraine became a member 2025. President is who? Tomoko Akane. He is the president, okay? Remember, Ukraine is not a member of NATO though. Okay, so that can be a confusion for you. Remember this. Yes. All right, proceeding to the next article is ICJ. Again, there's always a confusion between ICC and ICJ. ICJ is created as a UN body, okay, whereas ICC was not a UN body. The only positive or only common thing between them is the headquarters. Headquarters both have it in The Hague, which is in Netherlands. So ICJ is solving disputes between two countries. Okay, ICJ has about 15 judges. Okay, again, the term of the judges is 9 years. Similarly, if you talk about ICC, I did not cover that there are 18 judges in ICC. Okay, again, 18 judges have 9-year term. Is that clear? Whereas ICJ, there are 15 judges, 9-year term. Who is the president currently? Judge Yuji Iwasawa. He is also a Japanese. Okay, so Yuji, and when we talked about ICC, that is also a Japanese president. Proceeding to the next article, ASEAN. So ASEAN also we've touched upon. Let's quickly check upon this. So the member countries, okay, I've given you a short form as well in my classes, LCM, SIM, TV, BP, you can know your short forms, okay, and it was created again in Bangkok Declaration. Can you tell me which is the other forum created via Bangkok Declaration? Absolutely right, the BIMSTEC also. Okay, so again to foster these Southeast Asian countries. So who is the chair currently? It is Malaysia, PM Anwar Ibrahim. Okay, the headquarters is in Jakarta, Indonesia. Perfect. Let's proceed to the next article. Next one we have OPEC. OPEC has been in the news with regard to oil producing countries. You know, there have been stopping happening because of the Houthi rebels that are targeting and this and that. So there was this particular body in the news. Let's quickly also see. And there was a new partner country also to OPEC Plus, which was Brazil. That's why this was in the news. So we'll just have a quick read through. It is a body. What is OPEC doing? OPEC is any country that is exporting petroleum. So we see that there are about 12 countries who are members of this. They have their headquarters at Vienna, Austria. Okay, 12 countries that are part of it. The organizations that are exporting petroleum, so that they maintain the prices of oil. That's why they had created the body. Now there's also something called as OPEC Plus. OPEC Plus are OPEC and OPEC Plus extra members. Now these extra members are not part of OPEC, but they are exporting oil. That is why they are part of OPEC Plus. So those countries exporting oil, they are called as OPEC Plus. So there are about 22 exporting countries. So there are 12 members from here, right? And there are some more countries, 10 of them. Okay, so you can just have a read through which are these members. So they decide how much to sell in the market to maintain the price level. Proceeding to the next aspect that we are covering is IAEA. Now IAEA is in the news because of Israel-Iran relations, right? So here we talks about a safe use of nuclear power. Okay, so they talk about safe, peaceful use of nuclear science. They work under the motto Atoms for Peace and Development, and it has its headquarters in Vienna, Austria. Okay, so we have about 178 members in the IAEA. Let's proceed to the next one. FATF, okay, for combating money laundering, terror financing. So the terrorist activities and all that, they kind of get this money from black money and money laundering that happens. To stop all of that, FATF was created. So it was created in 1989, as is mentioned, under the background of the G7 summit. It has its headquarters in Paris. There are about 39 members. In fact, there are 40 members. Okay, and in that, 2 of the members are European Union and Gulf Cooperation Council. Further, they maintain 2 lists, blacklist and grey list. Now, blacklists are those countries that are not doing anything for combating money laundering and terror financing. There are 3 countries in this that are in the blacklist, which are, you can talk about Iran, Myanmar, okay, it's given here, Iran, Myanmar and North Korea. So these are the blacklist countries that are not doing anything. Pakistan was in the grey list, like a warning given to them, but they are successfully out of the grey list now. Yes, yes, perfect. Proceeding to the next one, IMF. IMF is a specialized UN agency established in 1944 at the Bretton Woods Conference to ensure global monetary stability and so on. So to ensure, with regard to financial crisis is what this country helps in. 190 member countries, okay, and you get your vote based on the quota that you're assigned to. Right, so here it is headquartered in Washington. Another body that was created because of Bretton Woods, quickly drop in your answer. Yes, very good. World Bank, okay, which also has its headquarters in Washington. And yes, as you said, that is the current director is Kristalina Georgieva. Very well. Okay, so again we've covered this in our daily news analysis. So these are just general IMF articles given loan to Pakistan. That's why it was in the news. So that's why we just touched upon it. Now this is a little important because we're talking about UNESCO. Quite in the news, okay, can be asked. Let's quickly study about it. United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Now UNESCO, when you talk about, it was created in 16 November 1945, headquarters in Paris. Director General is Audrey Azoulay. As you can see, it wants to promote peace and cooperation in education, arts, sciences, in culture. So let's see which are the initiatives of UNESCO, which are the members that are not of UNESCO, in the UNESCO, that's also we'll see. So 3 UN member countries are not part of it, that is Israel, Liechtenstein and United States. So United States again pulled out of UNESCO. Okay, so this is important, which are not members of UNESCO. Then there are 3 UNESCO members, but they are not UN members. Which are they? Palestine, Cook's Island and Niue. These are UNESCO members, but they are not UN members. So you should know both of them. Let's quickly see the initiatives. So we're going to quickly see what are these initiatives now, starting with the World Heritage Site. The World Heritage Site, what we talk about, was formed in the year 1972, right? And India also joined in 1977. India ranks 6th globally as to how many World Heritage Sites that we have. So total we have, yes, 44. And the latest that we talk about is the Maratha forts, right? Yes. So with regard to coordination, we have ASI, which does the major thing, which is the site that is recently, you can say, nominated for it, and they had come to even check, UNESCO had come to check that particular site recently. Yes, it is Sarnath. So this could be the next site, which is the 45th site, okay? So we're going to keep a tab for that as well. So these are the 12 forts. You can quickly read through this, okay? And the first fort that we had, first site that we had in UNESCO was Agra Fort, Taj Mahal, Ajanta Caves and Ellora Caves. Proceeding to the next article. The next article is Intangible Cultural Heritage. Now that again is done by UNESCO, 2003, which says that anything that is like a expression, a festival, an art, something that you can't touch but has to be saved, promoted, preserved for our future generation, that is called as intangible cultural heritage. In this, India ranks 11th because we have about 15 of them. China on the other hand has 44. It's ranking number 1. Is that clear? And which was the intangible cultural heritage that we had proposed? What is the name? Yes, Chat Mahaparva. Yeah? Okay, quickly let us see which are the 15 ones. These are your 15. I had recently covered in my daily news analysis as well. Very good, guys. Very good, guys. Okay, so these are the 15. The first one being Kutiyattam, and the latest was Garba, Gujarat. Yeah, let's proceed to the next one, Memory of the World program. So this is mainly any written work that has to be preserved, right? So this was in 1992. Anything that is rare that needs to be preserved. So we have Mahavamsa from Sri Lanka, Auschwitz trial, all of these. Around 570 such things are there. India has 13. Clear? Okay, and latest, why this is important? Because 2025 we have 2 more added. That's Natya Shastra, that's by Bharat Muni, and Bhagavad Gita to Vyas. Very, very important. Please note that down. Yeah. Proceeding to the next one, which is the body, as I said, responsible for our cultural, so that is ASI, that was created in 1861, headquarters in New Delhi. And one thing that is to digitize everything, to create a database of all the sites, that is National Mission on Monuments and Antiquities. So you need to know the 2 bodies responsible also. Yes. Proceeding to the next one, again UNESCO program in 1971. Now this is old, not in the news recently, but can be asked. There are about 12 which are included in the international program of UNESCO, which are here, given all of them. You can just have a quick look. What are biosphere reserve? Those that need to be conserved, promoted, protected. Sorry, yeah. So here we have the man and biosphere reserve. All right. Sure, yeah. I think I would be requiring that because my voice is kind of
Hi friends, so let's continue with the rest of the topics. So I hope you had a wonderful session with Justina ma'am, and she has covered a lot of topics. Some topics of her are left, so we are going to cover it in the next session, next ever GK marathon, which would be on a much larger scale, and we will try to provide you as much material as we can, and we'll also teach you that material so that you can replicate all of this in your particular actual exam also. Okay, so let's start with the next topic, next set of topics. And the first topic which I'm going to take is going to be the most important topic. This is going to be a definite topic in your exam this year. I can bet on it. At least I can bet on it if the Clat consortium is going to make a proper paper this year, not compared to last year when they did so many mistakes in the exam that it was not even worth calling it as a national level paper. But I believe this year things are going to be different, and possibly they are going to give us a really good paper this year. Okay, so if we have to prepare for a good paper, then we should prepare at least the important topics in depth properly so that any question from this topic is not missed out on us. Okay, so I'm also looking at your comments. Hello everyone. So let's start with the topics. Okay, so the first topic which I am taking is Operation Sindoor. Many of you had requested that you want a particular class on the Israel-Palestine as well as the Iran-Israel issue also. So I covered that topic also. Apart from it, a lot of important topics would be covered in the next 2.5 hours. I know there is a match undergoing very soon. The match is going to begin. So what you can do is you can post the score in the chat box for me also. I'll also have an update of the score. But otherwise, you should be focusing on your Clat prep. And this is a very good time for you to do your GK topics. If any backlog is there, you can easily cover everything in the next 2.5 hours. So please pay attention. Moreover, as of now, we have not decided if we are going to give you a PDF. So my suggestion to you would be, if you are not in a habit to make notes, what you can do is you can simply take a screenshot of these particular slides. Okay, so take a screenshot. After every slide, I would be on the side for a second, so you can easily take a particular screenshot also. So do not expect that we are going to give you a PDF. Okay, and there are two important announcements. Jasna ma'am might have made those announcements also. I'll again give you those particular announcements also. Okay, but let's start with the first topic, which is your Operation Sindoor. Okay, so everyone, each one of us know how important Operation Sindoor was for us at the national level, and this is also important for our exam. So you need to know that what was the reason, why did we conducted Operation Sindoor. So Operation Sindoor was in retaliation to the April 2025 Pahalgam terrorist attack. And because in that particular attack, your particular group, so you tell me which group I am talking about. I am looking at your comment box. You tell me which terrorist group was involved in this particular attack in the Pahalgam. Okay, so when that particular group did an attack, we could directly connect it with their particular handlers in Pakistan, and because of this, India decided to launch a particular operation called Operation Sindoor, and it was named strategically to honor those victims, to basically send a message that we are taking revenge for those particular women of whose Sindoor you have now basically removed. Okay, and then there was a particular press conference undertaken by Wing Commander Yomika Singh and Colonel Sophia Qureshi. So we made sure that we had religion-based representation also, and we also made sure that there was someone representing the Air Force and also representing the Army in this particular case. Okay, but one thing which you have to understand regarding Operation Sindoor is that Operation Sindoor was not just your army operation, or it was not just your Air Force operation. It was a all-force operation, which means your Air Force was involved, your Navy was involved, your Army was involved in this. Okay, so everyone, all the Air Forces were involved into this. Next important point, what was the date of the attack? So the date of our Operation Sindoor is May 7th. Okay, and as per the government of India, Operation Sindoor has not ended yet. So we cannot say that it was from 7th to 9th or 10th May. We would say that it initiated on 7th of May and it is still continuing. Okay, so this is regarding your Operation Sindoor, and we basically targeted these particular terrorist organizations, terror camps in the mainland of Pakistan. So that is also very important information. Okay, now let's come to the very important information, which were the sites targeted under Operation Sindoor. So first simple question would be, how many sites were targeted? So basically we targeted a total of 9 sites. Okay, so 9 sites were targeted in this particular attack. All the 9 sites are mentioned in this particular slide also. You can basically take a screenshot of this. The 2 most important sites, which I'm going to give you in the next slide also, are the first. Okay, and you would realize it very soon why these 2 are important. Whenever I am sure all the Clat Prep students are aware why these 2 are important. So the reason is because these are the headquarters of the main terrorist organizations which target India specifically. So your Markaz is basically, Markaz is a Arabic term, it's an Urdu term which means center. Okay, so center Subhanallah, Markaz Subhanallah in Bhavalpur, it is the headquarter of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Then you have your Markaz Taiba, Taibe, it is in Muridke. Muridke is the headquarter of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Okay, so these were the 2 main sites which were also targeted in this particular case. And Operation Sindoor is why it is considered to be a game changer, or it is considered as a next step in the retaliation ladder, because it is for the first time that before this particular incident, or before we conducted Operation Sindoor, India had never targeted the site which were in the mainland of Pakistan. But this time, our Indian forces have actually done armed strikes, or they have done missile strikes into the mainland of Pakistan also. Okay, so that's why Operation Sindoor is much important for our for India also. Okay, apart from it, there are 7 other sites also. You have your Sarjal Tehra Kalan, Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarter, not headquarter but a site operated by Jaish-e-Mohammed. Then we have Mehmuna Zoya Sialkot, it is related to Hizbul Mujahideen. Markaz Ale Hadith in Barnala, it is related to Lashkar-e-Taiba. Then we have Markaz Abbas in Kotli, it is related to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Maskar Rahil Shahid Kotli, related to Hizbul Mujahideen. Shahwai Nala camp. Nala is basically very near to a part of the river. So there must be a particular diversion of a river. So that diversion of river is called as Nala. So your Sawai Nala camp and your Saidana Bilal camp, all of these are in Muzaffarabad. So you can see these are basically the launch points or launch pads of terrorists, because Muzaffarabad is in the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So it is part of POK. So these are the 2 places from which these particular terrorists are sent inside India. Okay. So these 2 are in Muzaffarabad. One is the launch pad of LET, one is the launch pad of JEM. And on this map, you can look at these particular 9 sites also. I expect my students to at least remember what is the importance of these 2 particular sites. Okay, like I told you, I'm going to give you the more important points regarding the important site. So first is your Bhavalpur. Bhavalpur is just across, so it is far away from rest of the 8 sites. You can see here the 8 sites here is here, and one site Bhavalpur is very far from the rest of the 8 sites. And why we have targeted this site is because this is the headquarter of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and you also need to know who is basically the head of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So it is Masood Azhar, who is a very known terrorist. He was once upon a time in custody of Indian authorities, and he was so important to the terrorist people in Pakistan that they basically hijacked a plane of India which was moving from Kathmandu to Delhi, and they diverted that particular plane to Afghanistan in Kandahar. So it is sometimes called as Kandahar hijacking also. But the plane was IC-814 hijacking, and one of the demand of the particular people who hijacked this particular plane was that they wanted that 3 terrorists should be released. If they want that all the hostages should be released by those terrorists, and one of those person was Masood Azhar, who was in the custody of Indian authorities for the last 5-6 years. And once he got released, Masood Azhar, he created Jaish-e-Mohammed, and after creating Jaish-e-Mohammed in 2001, he was the main perpetrator, or he was the part of Jaish-e-Mohammed who perpetrated the 2001 Parliament attack. Okay, where is Bhavalpur? It is near the Rajasthan border across the Thar Desert. You can see here it is not near Kashmir. This particular site is near your Thar Desert, or it is inside Thar Desert. Next is your Muridke, which is very near to Lahore. So you can see here, Muridke is not somewhere in the forest area or on the border area. It is very near to a prominent city, one of the largest city of Pakistan, largest city of the Punjab province of Pakistan. And this Muridke is the headquarter of Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is led by Hafiz Saeed. So one question which I want you to answer in the comment box is basically that Lashkar-e-Taiba is also led by Hafiz Saeed, but there is a charity wing. I would call it as a charity wing because they call it a charity wing of Hafiz Saeed, which basically works as the face of Lashkar-e-Taiba. So they basically have created a charity wing where they show that yes, we do a lot of efforts. There are many ambulances in that particular name, and behind the curtains they have Lashkar-e-Taiba to attack India. So what I'm asking you is, what is the charity wing of Lashkar-e-Taiba? That is again an important question for you all. So why Muridke is important? Because if you remember the 26/11 attack which took place in Mumbai, or if you remember this name, Ajmal Kasab, all of those people who came to Mumbai to attack Mumbai were trained at this particular site, Muridke only. Again, if you remember, Markaz Taiba Muridke. So that's why this is important for us. It was base of operations for 26/11 Mumbai attack. Okay, so this is the importance of these two sites. So you have to pay specific attention to these two sites. Okay, the third site which you have to read is your Kotli, which is in POK. It is just across LOC. It is very proximity. It's very it is in a location which is in proximity to Indian districts of Poonch and Rajouri, which means it becomes a very easy entry point into India. And this is a site of multiple Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen camps. So apart from your LET JM, third group, which is very active apart from these two groups, is your Hizbul Mujahideen camp, group, and that is also located in Kotli. Next is your Muzaffarabad, capital of Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Again, a straightforward question. What is the capital of Pakistan occupied Kashmir or POK? It is Muzaffarabad. So terrorists here are allegedly aided by the Pakistan army to cross into JNK near Indian district of Baramulla and your Kupwara. Okay, so let me make things easy for you. Although I'm giving you all of these details, like this detail, and they are near Indian districts of Baramulla and Kupwara, proximity to Indian district Puch and Rajouri. These are not important for you. I am not a person who feel like ki, what if this comes in exam and then the students would basically blame me ki, sir, you told us it won't come. I am ready to take this risk because I know we have to study a lot in GK. So what we are going to do is we are going to make sure that all the important stuff is not left out by us, but at the same time we would not waste our time in remembering redundant stuff. Okay, so if you know the Muridke place, if you know Bhavalpur, if you know Kotli, if you know Muzaffarabad is capital of POK, I believe that you are doing an amazing job. Okay, so believe in your particular preparation. Now let's also understand what is the legal and diplomatic rationale behind this attack. For example, if India is basically attacking terrorist camps in another country, is it not violation of international law? So there is a particular law known as UN Charter. There is a particular book, UN Charter. And in that particular book, there is a particular article. So can you tell me in the chat box which article I'm talking about? Because that is the article which allows a particular country to preemptively attack another country in self-defense. Okay, so there is a provision of self-defense, and in that particular case we can do preemptive attack. So Viraj Sharma has already replied, it is 51. Yes, everyone is giving the right answer now. Pranav, Gargi, Viraj, Dhairya, everyone is given the right answer. It is Article 51. You all of are correct. So under Article 51, we have the right to self-defense, and India has exercised Article 51 in this particular case because they have been the terror camp. These have been the launchpad of attacks against India. Okay, so this is something which is acceptable under your international law also, and this is aligned with UN Security Council norms also. Okay. Moreover, let's now get into the details of this particular attack. So when we launched our particular air defenses, when we utilized our particular missiles, Pakistan had also utilized certain kinds of missiles and drones also. So we are going to do our missiles and drones in detail, but at the same time, I would like to focus on one specific particular drone which was used by Pakistan, and it is of Turkey origin. Okay, so Turkish origin drones were used in this particular attack by Pakistan. Pakistan. And what is the name of that particular drone? So that is your Asisgar Songar. So name of the drone is Songar, and the company which produces this particular drone is Asisgar. So Asisgar Songar were the drones which were utilized by Pakistan to basically counter-attack India. Okay, so just remember this. Okay, now please don't ignore this part, because even this particular part is important for us. This is regarding what were the missiles, what were the weaponry which we have utilized in our particular attack. In Operation Sindoor. So these are the air defense guns which were utilized. First is your L-70 air defense gun, which is of Bofors origin. So again, Bofors scandal took place in the 1990s. Because of this particular thing, Rajiv Gandhi had to resign. Not resign, but this became a death knell in the Rajiv Gandhi government, and finally the VP Singh government was able to be formed because of this Bofors scandal. So my question to you is, Bofors is not Indian origin guns. These were taken from some other country. So if you can tell me from which country we have taken it. So again, I think Viraj Sharma is ahead of everyone, and it is from Sweden. Okay, so it is of Swedish origin. And now we have made some modification, and now it is called as L-70 air defense gun. Okay, next is your Zu-23-2 gun, which is of Soviet origin. This was also utilized. Next we have Shilka karke. Shilka is also an air defense gun. So you can see these particular guns. These are basically your air defense gun. Okay, now let's move to the next one, the very important S-400 Triumph, which is of Russian origin. Very easy to remember, S-400 Triumph. 400 is the range of this particular missile defense system. We have taken it from Russia. It is considered, currently it is considered to be the most advanced air missile defense system. Okay, and we have been able to, we utilize it very effectively in this particular case. Next is, we actually also utilize certain missiles. One is your medium range surface to air missiles. Again, this is important, MRSAM. Why? Because it is not just India, but we have taken help of Israel also. And you can see here why, although Israel has been doing so much atrocities or has been targeting civilians in Gaza, why India has not taken a clear stance against Israel? Because we have a very close defense relation with India also. Moreover, you should know this, when the Kargil conflict of 99 took place, Israel was one of the few countries which was ahead of everyone else to come forward and help us out. Okay, so we utilize this particular also. It has a range of 70 kilometers. Then we have the indigenous Akash missile system also, medium range missile system with a range of 25 to 30, capable of engaging aircraft, cruise missiles and drones. So all of these are basically our defense missile systems only. Next is your Spider SAM. SAM stands for short surface to air missile, not short, surface to air missile, but they are short range also. So Spider SAM, which is of Israeli origin, so they can simply ask you that we utilize Spider SAM in the Operation Sindoor, with which country we have co-developed it. Okay, next is your OSA, AK and Tunguska. These are Soviet era particular defense systems. Then we have Igla-S, which are shoulder fired missile, and we have Strela 10 vehicle mounted. All of these are V-SHORAD system, very short range air defense system, used for effective range of 5 kilometers. Okay, so all of these are important for us. Okay, let's look at the next thing. Next thing is your IACCS. What is IACCS? So as the name suggests, it is your command and control system, integrated air command and control system. And what exactly is IACCS? So if I have to give you one word for it, it is basically our air defense system. Okay, this is our air defense control system. Yeah, you can simply, in other words, you can call it as your war room. War room for air defense. So for example, we might be having certain missile placed in, let's say, Punjab border. We might be having certain missile placed at, let's say, Jammu Kashmir. Some might be in the Thar desert, some might be somewhere in, let's say, in center of India somewhere. So we need to coordinate everything, and we would want that we are effectively and efficiently utilizing our particular missile system. And for that particular coordination, we basically do all of this control and command from this particular center, which is known as IACCS, Integrated Air Command and Control System. So this is from here that all of our air defenses were managed during Operation Sindoor. It has been developed by BEL, your Bharat Electronics Limited, and your Indian Air Force. Okay. Next is your loitering munition. Loitering munition is basically a type of kamikaze drone. So this particular term kamikaze comes from World War II. So there were particular Japan Air Force pilots. Their job was to basically go and attack the enemy outpost, like they attacked the Pearl Harbor. And once they ran out of ammunition, they were not supposed to come back. They were to basically put up, or they were supposed to basically crash their airplanes or their fighter jets into the enemy territory only. Okay, and those particular pilots were called as kamikaze pilots. So from that particular term, this kamikaze drone term has been given to these particular drones, these types of drones. And what they do, they basically go find their particular target and just crash into that particular target and destroy that particular target. So usually they are of lesser value as compared to an advanced drone, and they are produced at large scale. So these loitering munitions were also utilized to basically overwhelm the defense system of your enemy country. So Pakistan also utilized a number of drones. So it sent a swarm of drones to basically overwhelm our defense system, and we also did the same for Pakistan, and we were successful in basically overwhelming. Because of this, after we initiated our attacks on the May 9th, when we basically attacked their air bases, we were able to attack those with precision because we were able to disable their particular radar system. Okay, so next is your Scalp cruise missile. So this is another missile which was utilized on our Rafale aircrafts. Okay, so these are advanced particular missiles developed by MBDA, which is a European defense firm. Scalp stands for Storm Shadow, and these are another very important missiles. I have attached a particular photograph also. So you can see here, this is a Rafale aircraft, and the missile which you see below it, it is a Scalp missile, and it is a very, very advanced particular missile. Cruise missile, which means it is a fire and forget missile. You don't have to fix, you just have to fix the target, and if the target is moving also, still this particular missile is going to find out that particular target and attack it. Okay, so Scalp missile were used. Apart from it, we use a particular bomb known as Hammer bomb, Hammer precision guided bomb. Hammer stands for highly agile modular munition extended range missile. So this was also used in this particular attack. This is developed by Safran Electronics and Defense, a French defense company. So this is also another important missile which we utilize. Apart from it, for loitering munitions, so I hope now you know what are loitering munitions. So these are your kamikaze drones. So basically we use two main drones in it. One was Harop drone, another is Harpy drone. Again, both are of Israeli origin. That also you are supposed to know. Okay, so once we did this May 7th attack, next day we had a particular press conference, and in that particular press conference by our foreign secretary, there he basically provided us with the new 3-point doctrine against terrorism. Okay, so once we conducted our Operation Sindoor, it was our time to make our voices heard. We made sure that our message is basically loud and clear, and what India is going to expect in future, or what others can expect from India in future with regard to its approach to terrorism. Okay, and what is the new 3-point doctrine? So the 3 core principle is India will respond on its own terms, which means now the other is not going to dictate what India should do in case of a terrorist attack. It is going to be us. So we are going to decide the timing, place, and method of our particular response. Second is, we have now zero tolerance for nuclear blackmail. So whenever there was a talk regarding India-Pakistan war, everyone used to say that both are nuclear powers and Pakistan do not have a no first use policy unlike India, and it might attack India with a nuclear weapon first, and this can escalate into a full-blown nuclear war. And we have to understand one thing: if in future any nuclear war takes place between 2 nuclear countries, or even if one is a nuclear country and it attacks the other party, it is going to be a mutually assured destruction, which means both the countries are going to destroy, and not just those two countries, but even whole of the world is going to suffer. Because if a particular nuclear weapon is used, scientists have done their calculations that because of that particular nuclear missile usage, there would be a lot of dust in the atmosphere. Because of this, the sun rays which are entering into our atmosphere is going to reduce by 5%. Okay, and moreover, there's going to be reduction in the temperature of the Earth's surface also, and not just over those particular two countries like India, Pakistan, but whole of the world is going to suffer, which would have a cascading effect on our agriculture, on our particular ocean system, and in future it can lead to a loss of our agriculture also. So it is still possible that this fallout can lead to a catastrophic effect on whole of humanity also. So now India has made a stance clear that we do not care about what Pakistan is going to do. We are not going to be subdued by the nuclear blackmail. We have zero tolerance for nuclear blackmail by any country, be it Pakistan also. Okay, so now it is up to the international community to make sure that Pakistan behave within its limit. Otherwise, India is not going to show any tolerance to nuclear blackmail. The third is, and again this is directly targeted toward Pakistan, we are not going to make any distinction between terrorists, their masters and their sponsors. So you can never say that your TRF, the Resistance Front, is a Kashmiri origin organization and you are not aware of what they are doing, you are not involved with it, because now we do not have any distinction between between the terrorists who are involved, who are directly attacking it, their masters who are giving them instructions, and if anyone is giving them any kind of financial or your material support, that also we are not going to consider. So this is now a 3-point doctrine of India against terrorism. Okay, so this is important. What is policy on Pakistan? Terror and talks cannot go together, and terror and trade cannot go together. And after this operation, not after Operation Nur, but even after Pahalgam attack, we made this clear that now if we are going to do any kind of talks, that can only be done once Pakistan decides that it's not going to use terror as a state instrument. And second, we are not going to do any kind of trade also unless the terror is ended. Okay, if any talks happens with Pakistan, now what would be the agenda of our talks? What is going to be the terms of reference of the talks between India and Pakistan? We have made this clear that they will only be on terrorism. So any talks happening between India and Pakistan, the agenda is only going to be terrorism. It's not going to be trade, it's not going to be cricket, it's not going to be anything else. It is going to be only on terrorism. And the second is that we are not going to be talking about the dispute of Jammu and Kashmir, or Kashmir issue would not be discussed. We are only going to discuss the future of Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So we have made it clear, no talks on Jammu and Kashmir, only on POK. So this we have made it clear now. Okay, now once we did Operation Sindoor on 7, we had a particular retaliation by Pakistan. So again in the chat box, you have to tell me what was the name of Pakistan counter attack. Okay, so I'm waiting for your particular replies. What is the name of Pakistan's counter attack on India? Okay, so Prabhuth had given us the answer, Pranav has given the answer, Viraj has given the answer, Henry has given the answer, Viraj, everyone has given us the right answer, Gargi, Anya, Karthik, everyone is giving the right answer. So yes, all of you are correct. Dhairya, Abhishek, yes, Eklavya, yes, Monica, Anshika, right. Okay, so all of you have given the right answer. It is Bunyan-un-Marsus. Possibly there would be, this name would also be there in some slide, but it's good, you already know this. So Pakistan retaliated with Bunyan-un-Marsus, and then India decided to basically do the second part of the attack, which is because now Pakistan Air Force and Army has got involved in this particular Operation Sindoor. Indian Army and Air Force directly got involved with the Indian Army and Air Force, and we basically hit your Pakistan Air Force bases. Okay, and which were the major Pakistan PAF bases which were hit by India. So one of the most important base which was hit by India was your PAF base Noor Khan, which is in Rawalpindi. Now Rawalpindi is an important city of Pakistan. It's a large city, and why it is important? Because it is the Pakistan Army headquarters. Okay, so this is the headquarter of Pakistan Army. So Pakistan Army, which runs Pakistan, which controls Pakistan, we basically attacked that particular airport, which is closest to the Pakistan Army headquarter. So that's why your PF base Noor Khan is important, and it is not just the headquarter of Pakistan Air Force Base, your Pakistan Army, but it is also the headquarter of Nuclear Command Authority of Pakistan. So what is importance of a nuclear command authority? So in case in future we have to decide whether we have to do a nuclear attack or not, that decision is undertaken by the nuclear command authority of a country. Okay, so we also have a nuclear command authority. Can anyone tell me in the comment box who is the head of nuclear command authority of India? It's a very easy answer, but still I would like to ask you, who is the head of nuclear command authority of India? Okay, I'm waiting for your particular answers. Meanwhile, while you answer, let's look at PF base Muri Chakwal. Again, another very important point. Why? This is the head, this is basically the home to Pakistan Combat Drone Fleet. So this is the particular place from where all the drone attacks are being managed for Pakistan. So we were able to counter this point also. Third is PF base Sukur. Again, very important. One of the most secure Air Force base of Pakistan, and this also we were able to attack. So important for our base in Northern Sindh. Next is PF base Rahim Yar Khan. Another very important PF base which was attacked, operated by PF Central Command. So there Pakistan Air Force has also divided their territory into different commands, and the Central Command, which is the center of Pakistan, there we were able to attack. Again, very important. This Rahim Yar Khan is also important because we destroyed their runway, which means it was non-operational. It could not be, flights could not be operated from this particular base because its runway was destroyed. So it was now non-usable. Okay, so airport was shut for a week. So Rahim Yar Khan is important because of this particular fact also. And if I look at the comment box, I can see here all of you, so many of you have given the right answer. I'm so happy that you are taking the initiative to answer it first. Okay, so let's look at, so you can see here, these were the, if you look at the red spots, these are the different home base for Pakistan drone fleet, and certain other places are also there, which are the radar sites. So we were able to destroy the radar sites also, and these were the drone fleet bases and your other particular Air Force bases of Pakistan Air Force. Next is your Pakistan Air Force Base Mushaf Sargoda, which is most strategic base of PF, headquarters of Central Air Command. Then we have the PF base Shahbaz in Zakobabad. It hosts the NATO forces. Okay, so we attacked that also. PF base Rafiki Shorkut, PF base Bholari, Jamshoro, US base Operation Seal 2070. Again, the more important one are on the first page itself. Okay, so you remember these four places, specifically this Rahim Yar Khan. This is the more important. So if you are making notes, make a star on this Rahim Yar Khan Pakistan Air Force base. Okay, so let's look at the radar and air defense sites targeted, which were targeted. So in Punjab province in Pakistan, we targeted 3 sites, Pasroor, Chunian and Lahore. In Sindh province, we basically targeted the Malir cantonment. So these are not air force bases, these are the radar sites where if any kind of attack is done on Pakistan, these are the sites where the radars are located. These are the sites from where they would know if someone is attacking them or not. In this particular map, the sites in blue are basically those sites only. Okay. Again, so okay, if you can remember these things, it would be very good. Okay, let's move ahead. So again, I am moving ahead thoda sa. So the next point is your Operation Mahadev, which was undertaken on July 28, 2025. So in May, we had the Operation Sindoor. In April, we had the Pahalgam, but we were not able to catch all of the terrorists who were involved in that particular attack. And to basically target those terrorists, we launched an Operation Mahadev. So it does not have any religious significance. Mahadev is the name of the peak where those particular terrorists were hiding. So to basically take out those terrorists out, we launched Operation Mahadev, a counter-terrorism operation undertaken in the Dachigam forest, 20 kilometers from Srinagar. All the 3 Pakistan terrorists were killed. One was Suleiman alias Faisal Jatt, Hamza Afghani and Zibran, all LET operatives. All are related to LETs or otherwise known as TRF operatives only. Okay, these 3 were confirmed to be responsible for the Pahalgam attack. Okay, so operation was based on human and technical intelligence from the IB, Army, CRPF, and Jammu and Kashmir Police. Why I'm reading this out is that it is just to make you realize that if we are doing any kind of counter-terror operation, we cannot do it unless all the people who are involved are at the same point. Okay, so it is not just a operation done just by the army or by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Your intelligence bureau, your army, your CRPF, everyone has to come together and undertake this particular exercise. But if you are asked that which of the following is responsible for the Operation Mahadev, it is going to be the four para unit of the Indian Army along with CRPF and Jammu and Kashmir Police. But it is the most important point is the 4 para unit of the Indian Army, which is a special trained force, special trained personnel for such kind of operations only. Okay, so this is regarding Operation Mahadev. Okay, so again remember we are preparing for Clat, and if we go through previous year question paper, we are very much clear that if a question comes on Operation Sindoor, they are not going to limit themselves only on the current affairs. They are possibly going to connect it with the previous operations or the previous India-Pakistan wars or even the history of India and Pakistan. So we are going to go through those also. Okay, so what are the past operations? So these names are important, and another thing which you need to know is these operations are related to which particular India-Pakistan war or operation. So if I talk about Operation Riddle, this was in response to Pakistan Operation Gibraltar and Grand Slam during the 1965 Indo-Pak wars. We are going to do the wars also, but I have basically compiled all the operations together so that you do not have to run here and there to find out which are the operations. Okay. Next is your Operation Ablaze, again related to the 1965 Indo-Pak war only. Third is your Operation Cactus Lily in 1971. 1971 war is very important for us. So during the Bangladesh Liberation War, one operation was Operation Cactus Lily. The other was Operation Trident and Operation Python, again of 1971. These were your naval operation. Indian Navy was involved. In this, your Air Force was involved. Okay, so remember this particular difference. Next, another operation is Operation Meghtooth. Very important operation of the year 1984. Can you tell me what is the name of operation? It's not related to it. The name of operation which was undertaken by the Indian Army to flush out the terrorists or flush out the militants in the Golden Temple. Okay, so you answer me. Okay, I'm waiting for your comments. Let's continue. Operation Vijay is the name of the operation launched by Indian Army to reclaim the Tiger Hills and other important mountains in the Kargil war. Next is your Operation Safed Sagar. Okay, so this was by Indian Air Force operation during Kargil war. Then 2016, very famous surgical strike, because this operation did not had any proper name, so we are calling it as only surgical strikes in 2016. This was in response to the Uri attack. Okay, Uri attack was also undertaken by your JEM, your Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives only. Okay, next is Operation Bandar in 2019. It was in retaliation after the Pulwama attack, again undertaken by Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives, and we basically targeted airstrike. We did airstrike on Jaish-e-Mohammed training camp in Balakot, Pakistan. If you remember, one of our Indian Air Force officer in the next day dogfight between Indian Air Force and your Pakistan Air Force was captured by Pakistan and later released by Pakistan. Can you tell me the name of that person? Okay, apart from it, I can see lot of you have given the right answer. It was Operation Blue Star. Yes, at the time of Indira Gandhi. So some of you have gone ahead and given us extra information. So you are correct. Operation Blue Star was the flushing out operation of the Indian Army to basically counter Sikh militants hiding in Golden Temple. Okay, and yes, you have given many. Pranav is ahead. Prabhutva, Rathore, Abhishek, Harry, and others have given it. It was your Abhinandan, your wing commander. Abhinandan was there. Abhinandan Varthaman. Yes. Okay, so you know that name also. That is also really good. That is also appreciated. And then finally, the subsequent current one, the latest one, Operation Sindoor 2025 to counter the infra in Pakistan and POK. Okay, and with this we are done with the Operation Sindoor part, but believe me, we cannot be done with this particular topic unless we do the India-Pakistan wars also. So let's do it in a jiffy. Okay, so let's start with a particular timeline. So our history starts from 1947 when India and Pakistan were divided into two countries on the basis of which particular plan? Can you tell me? Okay, so India and Pakistan became independent. In the month of October of 47, first Kashmir war begins. Okay, so the first India-Pakistan war did not happen in 1965. The first particular war took place in October 1947 only. That is known as the first Kashmir war also, and that is the particular war in which your Pakistan was able to occupy a large part of your Kashmir, which now we called as your Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Okay, so yes, Lord Mountbatten plan. So yes, you have given the right answer. Lot of you are giving the right answer. I really appreciate your efforts here. Okay, so next war was the second Kashmir war, the 65 war. Then we have the very famous the Bangladesh Liberation War, India-Pakistan War third. 74 we did the Pokhran first attack. In 1989 was the year when your Kashmir insurgency began. Your Kashmiri Pandits were targeted by the militants there, and they have to simply run away from that particular place to save their life. 98 we had Pokhran second. 99 we had the Kargil war also. 2001 the India Parliament attack took place. 2007 Samjhauta Express bombing happened. Then in November 2008 we had the Mumbai attacks, and in 2019 we had the Pulwama attack, and then we had the Balakot airstrikes, and now we have the Operation Sindoor. Okay, so we have covered all of those before. So we are looking at from 1947 till the year 2020. Okay, so if you would watch it carefully, you can see here that after December 1971, after we clearly defeated Pakistan in a bilateral war, in a one-on-one war, after this Pakistan never dared to attack India again. Okay, except for if you call Kargil as a war, because we don't call it as a war because Pakistan never agreed to it, that those were the Pakistan army personnel, or those were the people who were trained by the Pakistan army. They even rejected, they even denied to take the bodies of those particular Pakistani soldiers also. Okay, so this is the history of Kargil war, etc. Okay, so let's go by all the wars one by one. So first India-Pakistan war of 47-48. Because of this particular war, Maharaja Hari Singh signed the instrument of accession with India, and then Jammu and Kashmir was merged with India. Outcome: ceasefire brokered by United Nations in January 1949, and what we now know as LOC. Earlier it was known as the ceasefire line, because that was a line where both the Indian forces and Pakistan forces basically stopped fighting. Okay, later on it became your LOC. So one question, again, I am sure you already know what question it is. So which is the agreement which converted the ceasefire line into the line of control? Okay, so line of control was not the original name. It was earlier called a ceasefire line. Then an agreement was signed after the 1971 war, and then it became your LOC. Okay, I can see the answer. So yes, Pranav, Prabhut, Henry, your Karthik, Viraj, Ananya, Karki, Pranav, everyone is giving the right answer. It is your Shimla agreement. Okay, it's not Red Cliff. Red Cliff is the border between India and Pakistan, and India-Bangladesh also. Okay, 1/3 of Jammu and Kashmir remained under Pakistan control, called Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Another very important point, many times we miss out on UN resolution. What is the resolution which deals with India-Pakistan issue, or which deals with the Kashmir issue? So there is your UN resolution 38, 39 also. But the most important one, which is known as the Kashmir resolution, that is your UN resolution 47, which basically asked India and Pakistan to remove their forces from Jammu and Kashmir and allow a plebiscite to happen in Kashmir, so that it can be decided by the people of Kashmir whether they want to be independent or whether they want to be with India or Pakistan. But this plebiscite could never be undertaken because Pakistan refused to remove its forces from the POK region. Okay, but the resolution name is resolution number 47. It's not 1267. 1267 is your UN Sanctions Committee. That is different. Here it is UN Resolution 47. Okay, second India-Pakistan war, Pakistan's operation. So we have never initiated a war against any country, including Pakistan. 1965 war, India was just out after a very heavy, India was just out of a very heavy loss against China in the 62 war, and Pakistan was under the impression that India would be very weak. There were a lot of problems. There were food crises also, and Pakistan was getting active help from US and other Western allies. So it thought that it is a very right time to basically attack India, but their calculation was wrong, and we were able to defend ourselves in the second India-Pakistan war also. So Pakistan launched Operation Gibraltar and Operation Grand Slam. India launched Operation Riddle and Operation Ablaze to counter Pakistan. There is a very important battle of Haji Pir Pass, captured by Indian Army, major strategic gain, and how we were able to outsmart the Pakistan in this particular war. So Pakistan had basically attacked us from the side of Jammu Kashmir. They never thought that we are going to counter-attack from the Punjab region and from the Rajasthan region. But India basically outsmarted Pakistan peers, and then we had a Battle of Chavinda, which is near the Thar Desert border movie. If you've seen, this is your Battle of Chavinda only. It is considered to be the largest tank battle after World War II. Why Battle of Chavinda is important? Because it is one of the largest tank battle after World War II. Over 3,000 tanks from both sides were involved in this particular war. And finally, it is said that this particular war was a stalemate. Okay. Then we had a mediation by USSR. This mediation took place in Tashkent, and the outcome of Second India-Pakistan War was Tashkent Agreement was signed between your Lal Bahadur Shastri and Ayub Khan, and everyone knows this. It's a open information now that Lal Bahadur Shastri died in Tashkent after this particular agreement. Many consider it as a conspiracy. Let's look at the third one, very important, Third India-Pakistan War, also known as the Bangladesh Liberation War in 71. Again, India supported Mukti Bahini. So Mukti Bahini was a Bangladesh people-led force, and India basically supported this. Pakistan launched Operation Searchlight to counter the independence movement in the East Pakistan of that time, or Bangladesh of current time. India launched Operation Jackpot, Operation Cactus Lily, and we blockaded Karachi through Operation Trident and Operation Python. So I have already discussed all of these operations in another slide, so we are not going through it again. Okay, so Pakistan Army surrender, considered to be the largest surrender by any active army after World War II. So we had 93,000 Pakistani soldiers, and then Bangladesh was created. India-Pakistan, India being a large-hearted country, it signed a similar agreement, and we decided we are going to give back those particular areas which were captured by India in this particular war, apart from the Bangladesh region. Okay, then we had Operation Meghdut in 84, and Siachen Glacier was secured. 99, we had the Kargil conflict. Kargil cannot be called as a war because Pakistan never said that it is attacking India, so it is only a conflict. Operation Vijay was launched by the Indian Armed Forces. Outcome, India recaptured all peaks by July 99. This happened just after Lahore Declaration, which was a peace offering from the side of India. And again, by doing the Kargil conflict, Pakistan again betrayed our particular trust. And this was another such particular evidence that we cannot trust the people of Pakistan. Not the people, but the rulers of Pakistan cannot be trusted. Okay, so time and again we are given this message by Pakistan that Pakistan is not interested in any kind of peace, and because of this we are bound to have wars in future also. Okay, but here we are more concerned about our upcoming Clat examination, so let's focus on that only. Okay, so next is India-Pakistan border and disputes. So what is the total length? Very easy to remember, 3323 kilometer is the India-Pakistan border. Okay, what are the type of borders? So one is your international border, one is your line of control, but there is another third border also. Okay, so I have included this particular map so that you know which are the states and UTs which have a border with Pakistan. So Pakistan and India share border through Gujarat, Rajasthan and state of Punjab, and we also share our border currently through two UTs. One is your Ladakh and one is your Jammu and Kashmir. And now your POK, your Pakistan occupied Kashmir, is not part of Jammu and Kashmir. It is part of Ladakh. Okay, so it is just for nomenclature only, but now we claim that POK is not part of Jammu and Kashmir of India, but it is part of the UT of Ladakh of India. Okay, Okay, I'm looking at your comments. If you want anything, if you want to ask any question, you can ask here also. Okay, so let's move ahead. So states and UT sharing border with Pakistan: J&K, Ladakh, Punjab, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. Next is, what are the key segments of the border? So you have to understand our India-Pakistan border also. So the border which is well demarcated, well settled between India and Pakistan, it's called as the international border, and it is the border which was decided by Britishers between India and Pakistan, and that is the Red Cliff Line. So Red Cliff Line, which runs from your Gujarat to Rajasthan to Punjab, two parts of Jammu and Kashmir, that is the international border, and it is well settled. Okay. The other important border which we need to know is your line of control. So line of control was earlier your ceasefire line, and now it has become, after your Shimla agreement, it has become your LOC. So this is this particular border which separates your Pakistan occupied Kashmir with India's Jammu and Kashmir. It is the LOC. But the third important border which we sometimes forget to do is the AGPL, actual ground position line. This is the border, this is the line which basically demarcates the border between India and Pakistan beyond the Siachen Glacier. So if you remember, under Operation Meghdoot, in Operation Meghdoot of 84, we basically captured the Siachen Glacier because we had some intelligence that Pakistan is planning to do it. So we decided we are going to occupy it beforehand. So we occupied this, and beyond the Siachen Glacier is your AGPL. So we have three borders now. We have your international border, we have the LOC, and we have the AGPL also. Let me go through your comments. Okay. So yes, this video would be available on YouTube, but don't waste your time, because if you watch it live, you are just going to use your 2.5 hours. If you watch it later, you are going to take 5 to 6 hours to complete just my part of the video. So don't waste your time. Do it right now. Make whatever changes you want to make in your notes. Do it right now so that you don't waste your time later on also. Okay. So what are the disputed areas between India and Pakistan? So Jammu and Kashmir, the whole of Jammu and Kashmir is disputed since 1947. Siachen Glacier is also disputed. Third is your Sur Creek. The Sur Creek is basically a particular marshy land area in this particular region, somewhere here in the Gujarat region, Run of Kutch. India claims that the principle to divide Sur of Creek should be the midline principle, which is the international principle. But Pakistan claims that the southern border should be the border between India and Pakistan, which India does not agree for. Okay, so the third point is your Sur Creek, which is also a disputed region. Next particular topic, let's come to the next topic. Next topic is your theater command. The topic is very large. Theater command. So India has realized that currently our armed forces work in silos. So Indian Army works separately, your Navy works separately, and your Air Force works separately. And because of this, there is many a time overlap of our resources. So what India has decided to create theater command. So your India-Pakistan border on the western front is going to be a theater. So whether it be Army personnel, Navy personnel, Air Force personnel, they are going to be part of a single structure. Okay. Similarly, your India-China border, your Andaman and your Nicobar command is a separate entity. Your coastal areas, your northeast area, all of these would be different theaters of war. Okay, and then we are going to have theater commands to basically man or secure these particular region. Currently, we have two tri-service commands. One is your Andaman Nicobar command, and the other is your Strategic Forces command, who basically command these particular tri-service commands. So it is your Headquarter Integrated Defense Staff, HQIDS, created after Kargil War for better joint planning. Okay, then these are the planned theater commands. As of now, we have not started working on it, but in future, possibly this is going to be the adversary-based theater commands. One command is going to be for northern and eastern borders, one is going to be for the western borders, and one is going to be your maritime. Possibly these two, Andaman and Nicobar and Strategic Forces Command, are also going to be there, but these three adversary-based theater commands would also be initiated. What are the benefits? Benefits of theater command is mainly faster coordinated response, eliminates duplication of resources. So this is very important, because let's say there would be certain missiles with the army also. Some missiles would be given to the Air Force, some would be given to the Navy. So why not create a single theater command, and let's say for China focus command, let's see how many missiles are required to counter China, not how much missiles are required for the army, how much is required with the navy, and how much is required with the air force also. So we can do proper resource allocation in this particular case. And better preparedness for modern hybrid warfare. So future of warfare is going to be hybrid. It is going to have a lot of theaters into it. There's going to be, yes, the traditional theaters of your land-based warfare, your air-based warfare, and your water-based warfare. But apart from it, possibly in future, possibly not in future, but actually it is happening right now. Your cyber warfare is currently happening. Even space-based warfare can also initiate very soon. So for that also, we need to create certain theater commands. Okay, so if we are doing all of this, let's go through the concept of nuclear weapon also, because if there is a threat of nuclear weapon during Operation Sindoor, there were talks regarding that India might modify its nuclear doctrine. Pakistan was again and again claiming that it's going to use nuclear weapon. So examiner might be interested in the topic of nuclear weapons or nuclear energy also. So let's take that topic also. So when did the first use of nuclear weapon took place? So in the history of nuclear weapons, there has only been one instance, or I should say two instances, one after another, when your nuclear weapons were basically used, and that was the first time and the last time that nuclear weapons were utilized in a particular war situation, and that took place just after World War II or during World War II. First was your Hiroshima in Japan, which was targeted on August 6th with the bomb named Little Boy, and then Nagasaki was bombed with the bomb known as Fat Man on August 9. Nagasaki, 40,000 died instantly, 70,000 died instantly. Apart from it, there was a radiation risk. So many people suffered from radiation for the next 5, 10, 15 years. Even right now, people born in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, if some radiation is still there in that land, then the people are still suffering from radiation deaths. Okay, next, key figures in nuclear science. Father of nuclear energy. Who is known as father of nuclear energy? So it is one scientist, very famous, Enrico Fermi. First controlled nuclear chain reaction was done by Enrico Fermi. Okay, so these are some important names which are more important for your ALET examination. I don't think you are just focusing on Clat. If you are focused on Clat, ALET and other examination, please remember these names also. Okay, yeah. So, father of nuclear bomb, J. Robert Oppenheimer. So, his movie has also come recently. It won an Oscar also. He led the Manhattan Project of USA. Manhattan Project, they can straightforward ask you, especially in ALET examination, what is the Manhattan Project? Who headed the Manhattan Project? What is the background of the Manhattan Project? What it is related to? All of these are kind of questions. Who is the father of India's nuclear program? It is Dr. Homi Jahangir Bhabha. India's first nuclear power plant is in Tarapur Atomic Power Station in Maharashtra. Launched in 1969, was India's first nuclear power plant. Okay. Now next, let's look at the India's nuclear test. First nuclear test, also called as your Pokhran First, otherwise codenamed as Smiling Buddha. Year was 74. You tell me who was the Prime Minister. So I made a question mark because I want you to tell me who was the Prime Minister during the first nuclear test. Okay. Second nuclear test, Operation Shakti Pokhran second, year was 98. Who was the Prime Minister during your Operation Shakti? Okay, yes, Viraj, Eklavya, Pranab, Viraj. Yes. Okay, Henry, right, Karki, Ananya, Abhishek, yeah. Okay, Karthik, Kavya, okay. So, yes, Abhishek, Divya, Kargi, Fact Area, Ananya Singh, Palak, Shagun, Rishita. Okay, so all of you are giving the right answer. So during the first nuclear test, our Prime Minister was Indira Gandhi, and during the second nuclear test, we had our Prime Minister was Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Okay, so all of you, Divya, everyone has given the right answer. Okay, now very important point, what is India's nuclear doctrine? So India's nuclear doctrine is no first use, which is we are not going to use our nuclear weapons in a in a one-on-one war with another country unless that country uses nuclear weapon first. So India is not going to be is not going to be the first one to attack a particular weapon. Second is, what is the purpose of having nuclear weapon? So it is just to create a credible minimum deterrence. So we want to have nuclear weapons so that it becomes a deterrent on others who want to attack India. So we want to create a credible minimum deterrence. Third is, in case of any nuclear attack, we are not going to hold back. We are not going to be doing any calculation that they have utilized 3 bombs, they have used this much nuclear fuel, so we are going to only use this much. We are going to do massive retaliation, and not just for a nuclear attack. Very important point. Not just in retaliation to a nuclear attack, but any kind of your chemical or biological attack, any kind of a tactical nuclear weapon attack also would lead to massive retaliation on the country which has used weapons, nuclear weapons against us. So not just against nuclear threat, but even for your biological and chemical weapon as well as nuclear weapon, we are going to do massive retaliation in terms of nuclear attack. Okay, next let's look at the international law and treaties on nuclear weapons. So first is your Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, or NPT 1968. I am sure all of you are aware of this particular treaty. It prevents spread of nuclear weapons, allows peaceful use of nuclear energy. But very importantly, India is not a signatory of this particular thing because it views NPT as discriminatory. Then we have this CTBT, Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. It bans all nuclear explosion. This is also has not been signed by treaty. If not signed, so there is no question of ratification also. One question which I want you to seriously answer, and someone has taken the initiative to already answer it. They already know what I'm going to ask. Okay, Abhishek has already answered it. My question was, which are the countries who are the non-signatories of the NPT apart from India? Okay, so you can simply answer it. Okay, so happy. All of you have given the answers. Yes, and Abhishek, so good. You have given such a proper answer that yes, North Korea was also a signatory, but it pulled out in 2003. Okay, so currently Israel, South Sudan, Pakistan, India, North Korea are the countries which have not signed the NPT. So very good. Okay. Then we have this particular treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, which basically wants that all the countries should destroy their nuclear arsenal. And interestingly, all of the countries which are nuclear armed, whether they being officially armed or they being unofficially armed, they have not signed the treaty. So yes, India has also not signed it. Okay. Now, what is the ICJ's ruling with regard to nuclear weapons? So it's a very important ruling, and I think this should be implemented on Pakistan. So there was an advisory opinion asked from the ICJ. I am sure you are aware that advisory opinions of ICJ are not binding. They are just advice. There they have said, if you use nuclear weapon or even you threat of use would generally violate international humanitarian law. So not a clear ruling, but what they have said, not just use, but even if you threat that you are going to use nuclear weapon, that is also against principles of international law. Okay, but could not conclusively rule out legality in extreme self-defense. So what in case of self-defense? For example, if India does Operation Sindoor and let's say Pakistan believes that it is going to be overpowered by India and in future it is going to be occupied by India only, so can it then use nuclear weapons? So the answer is not clear, and possibly in case of extreme self-defense cases when even your existence is threatened, let's say not just because of nuclear weapon but by let's say a conventional war also, possibly then it can be utilized. Okay, but now we know use or threat of use of nuclear weapon is also prohibited. Now, what are Indian laws and agency governing nuclear sector? So we have this very important act, Atomic Energy Act 1962, which regulates development, control and use of atomic energy. So this particular law not just deals with nuclear weapon, it deals with nuclear energy. So even nuclear plants are regulated by it. And this is an important act for us because this has been recently decided by government that we are going to amend it. Okay, so what are the agencies which which are part of your nuclear energy ecosystem? So one is your Department of Atomic Energy, which directly comes under PMO. Remember, there is no Ministry of Atomic Energy, there is no Ministry of Science and Tech also. All of these are subsumed in the Prime Minister office only. Then you have your Bhabha Atomic Research Center, or BARC. Okay, this does research and development R&D for NBCL, only authority in India which can run your nuclear plants in India. And then we have this AERB, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, which regulates nuclear and radiation safety. Okay, now we have done the India part. Let's just look at what is the Pakistan's nuclear doctrine also. So unlike India's no first use policy, Pakistan has a first use policy that in case of any particular attack, Pakistan reserves the right to use nuclear weapon first if it perceives a significant conventional military threat developed as a counter to India's conventional military superiority. So Pakistan knows very well that in a conventional war it cannot defeat India, it cannot even stand against India. So it has said that in case of any conventional war, if it would feel they are getting defeated, they can first use the weapons also. Okay, so it emphasizes full spectrum deterrence under its nuclear command authority. Okay, so before I move to the next topic, Indus Water Treaty, I want to make this very clear that now we are done with the main part of your Operation Sindoor. So we can say that our first topic is complete. Okay, you would be like, sir, we have just covered one topic in this particular time frame. So believe me, this is going to be very helpful for you, because if a question on Operation Sindoor comes, you can be very sure that your 5 or 6 question would be from these slides only. Okay. In an off chance, it is possible one question can be from someplace else, but I can guarantee you that 5 questions would be from our material only. So you can be very confident regarding these topics. Okay, but now it is time to move to the next topic, which is another important topic of Indus Water Treaty. So again, we have at least Clat students have done it properly. So for others, for non-Clat student, just go through the slides and believe me, you would do Indus Water Treaty properly with these slides. Okay, Indus Water Treaty, first thing, signed between India and Pakistan in the year 1960, mediated by World Bank. One of the most successful treaties between two countries, especially related to water sharing. Okay, and in this particular treaty, we have decided to demarcate our particular rivers. So if you know the western rivers, your Chenab, Jhelum, Indus, and I've already told you an acronym to remember these. Can you tell me how you would remember the Pakistan rivers or your western rivers? Okay, while you answer it, let's go through your eastern rivers: RBS, Royal Bank of Scotland, Ravi, Beas, and Satluj. Why I want you to remember it in RBS acronym? Because this is also your north to south sequence of the rivers also. Then Ravi is there, then your Beas is there, and then your Satluj is there. And you have given me ICJ. Yes, you are correct. ICJ, which is in Hague again, right? Okay, so ICJ is the acronym by which you can remember the western rivers. RBS is the acronym by which you can remember the eastern rivers. Okay, so this is regarding your Indus Water Treaty. Now let's look at the disputed projects under Indus Water Treaty. Again, important, you need to know the name of the project and on which river it is. So first is your Kishan Ganga project. So Kishan Ganga project is on the Kishan Ganga river, but you need to know it is a tributary of which river? So it is a tributary of Jhelum river. It is disputed by Pakistan. Another currently disputed project is your Ratle project, which is on the Chenab river. What are the other key projects? One is your Pakal Dul hydro project, first storage based project on the Chenab. You have your Kiru project and your Kwar project. But the more important one are Kishan Ganga and Ratle, and on which rivers they are located. So currently these two are particularly disputed. Next, very important point, what is the dispute resolution mechanism given in the treaty? Okay. What is the mechanism? What is the steps by which a dispute is resolved? So the first step is there is a bilateral commission known as PIC or Permanent Indus Commission involving the Indus commissioners of both countries. So that is the first step. Second is a resolution by a neutral expert appointed by the World Bank, and if the neutral expert can also not give us a clear resolution, then the third stage is to refer it to a court of arbitration. And interestingly, after India decided to put Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, then Pakistan basically took India to the Permanent Court of Arbitration, and Permanent Court of Arbitration gave a ruling in favor of Pakistan stating you cannot unilaterally suspend the operation of a particular treaty. Okay, so it might be another issue that India is not implementing the PCA verdict, but you should know that PCA has given a judgment or a arbitration award in favor of Pakistan, stating India cannot unilaterally suspend the treaty. Okay, so this is regarding PCA. Let's look at the nuclear energy reform. So I've already told you, India is pushing for nuclear reforms. Also, it is promoting nuclear energy. And one question which I want to ask you is, what is India's nuclear vision? What is India's nuclear vision for 2047? How much gigawatt of energy we want to produce with the help of nuclear energy? You tell me in the comment box. Okay, so I'm waiting for your answers. Meanwhile, let's look at what is the nuclear energy reforms. So two major laws are going to, which govern the sector, are going to be reformed. One is your Atomic Energy Act of 1962. Second is your Civil Liability for Nuclear Damages Act, CLND Act of 2010. Both of these particular acts are going to be amended. Why we are amending the Civil Liability Nuclear Damage Act? Because it was set on the extreme when it's come to liability of someone who was operating or who was providing us with any kind of nuclear plant parts also. Okay, so now what we have done is we are going to limit the liability of the equipment vendors also in case of accidents. So they don't have to sell everything and become bankrupt. Their particular liability would be limited in case of a nuclear accident, so that foreign vendors also come and open up their nuclear plants in India. Atomic Energy Act is being amended. Why? Because currently only NPCIL, Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited, is allowed to operate any kind of nuclear plants. But after this amendment, even private players would be allowed to open plants in India. Okay, next, India's nuclear plus indigenous reactors and legal reform. So we are not going to skip on the important current affairs one-liners also. So recently your ERB has granted operational license to a PHWR, pressurized heavy water reactors, at the Kakrapar Atomic Power Station in Gujarat. So Kakrapar is going to be the first one to have a pressurized heavy water reactor indigenously produced, which means before this, whatever reactors were used in our nuclear plants were basically imported from a foreign country. This is for the first time at the Kakrapar atomic power plant in Gujarat that we are going to use a indigenous power reactor. Okay, so first industry developed project, and this is valid, the license would be valid for 5 years and operated by NPCIL. Okay, so now I can finally say that we are done with the India-Pakistan part and the India-Pakistan Operation Sindoor, Indus Water Treaty, and your nuclear part also. Now it's time to move to the another very important topic. Some of you were looking forward to doing it in detail, so I've decided to do it once and for all for you. Okay, and that particular topic is the topic of your Israel-Palestine. Okay, before I begin, if you have any question, you can actually ask me right now. अरे गरम पानी Sir, can you please explain the agenda? We are going to do it, but possibly in the next GK marathon we will do it. What I can do for you is we'll have a separate MIT. I hope you are aware we have this most important topic series also. So every week we select one topic. So we are going to cover your Azerbaijan, Armenia topic in one MIT series also. Although I have already covered it in your, I think this week or the previous week, news analysis also. Okay, but if you can wait, we are going to do it in the MIT series or in the next part of your GK marathon. Okay, so for this we have already decided on topics. So these were the most asked topics. So next time tell us beforehand so we can do it. Which wars are the most important? So we cannot be very sure what they are going to ask you, but what we can do is the wars which are in news, which are part of our current affairs, are more important for us. Okay, or which can be related to the current affairs. Thank you, Viraj. ICJ, not ICJ, it was not ICJ, it was your Permanent Court of Arbitration, and under the Indus Water Treaty, one country can initiate a PCA and it can give an ex parte order also if the other country does not come forward. And sir, Bihar SIR, SIR is also covered in this session. Okay, so let's start with this particular topic. So believe me, after having this particular session, you would not be having any doubt regarding Israel-Palestine issue. Okay, but before, let's start with a very basic. Sometimes students do not understand what exactly is Middle East. So Middle East is not geographically a correct term. It is a term which was used by the Europeans when they were discussing the different areas on the globe or on the map. Okay, so it is not exactly Middle East. It's not somewhere. It is east of what? Okay, so this is east of the Mediterranean Sea. That's why it is the east. And why it is the Middle East? Because it is not very near east. It is not far east. So it is somewhere in the middle. So it is a terminology given by the Europeans who started exploring the world in 1400, and they started believing that it is they who have discovered different territories like India and other countries. Okay, so these terms come from there only. So what exactly is Middle East? What does Middle East refers to? It is a geopolitical region encompassing the Arabian Peninsula, the Levant, the Turkey, Egypt, Iran, and Iraq. So if you will look at this particular map, the countries which are in the darker shade, all of these countries make up your Middle East. Okay, and your country of Israel, your Iran, which are the countries in question, and your Palestine, which is somewhere here only. All of these are part of your Middle East only. Okay, so Middle East is sometimes called by other name also. Can you tell me what is the other name for Middle East? What is the proper geographical term for Middle East? No, it's not Gulf countries. These are not Gulf countries. Gulf countries is the countries which are near, which share a border with which have a border of the Persian Gulf. Those are the Gulf countries. Levant is your Syria. Levant is the historical name of Syria and Iraq. It's not Levant. Geographical term for Middle East. What is the correct geographical term for Middle East? If I put this particular region on the map, if I read the map, what is going to be the location of this particular Middle East? Yes, now you have given the right answer. So Priyana Rajpurohit has given the right answer, Pranam has given the right answer. It is your West Asia. Okay, so if you look at the map, this is the Asia, this side there would be Asia, and on this particular region going to be the West Asia. Okay, now let's start with the Israel-Palestine issue. Okay, glass. So let's start with the Israel-Palestine issue. So let's start with from the year 1897. Okay, so in the year 1897, first Zionist Congress was held. What is this first Zionist Congress? So Zionist word comes from an ideology known as Zionism. And what exactly is Zionism? So Zionism refers to, ism means an ideology or an idea, where it is believed that even Jewish people should also have a homeland. And their promised homeland is called as Israel. So for the first time, an organized effort was undertaken where they wanted to create a separate homeland for them, and the place which they wanted to create their homeland was the historic land of Jerusalem and the nearby area, because in their holy book, do you know what is the holy book of Jewish people? In the holy book, that is the promised land of the Jewish people. Okay, so for that particular purpose, a particular congress was undertaken. Okay, next, in 1914-18, it was the time of your World War I. 1917, Balfour Declaration. So Balfour Declaration was a public statement issued by the British government. So why Balfour Declaration is important of 1917? Because it is for the first time, that a superpower of that time, the Britishers who were the governing authority of that region, in 1917, they basically agreed with the demand of a separate homeland for the Jewish people, and that is the Balfour Declaration. Okay, so at that particular time, the current Israel-Palestine region was under the control of Ottoman Empire. After World War I, Ottoman Empire was defeated, and this particular region went into the hands of the Britishers only. So now the Balfour Declaration, the promise which the Britishers did under Balfour Declaration, it was possible for the Britishers to fulfill it also. But as is the case after every big conflict, people forget their promises, and this particular promise also went into cold storage. But later on, after during World War II and during time of Hitler, there was a lot of atrocities being committed against the Jewish people. So there was a lot of sympathy. And when your UN was created in 1945, it decided to finally create a separate homeland for the Jewish people also. Okay, and because of it, your UN resolution 181 was passed by the United Nations. Okay, so again, if I have to summarize whatever we have studied just now, you had your first Zionist Congress 97, where the Jewish people for the first time do make an organized demand for a separate homeland. Then you have your World War First. When the World War First was ending, Britishers agreed by Balfour Declaration to create a separate state for Jewish people. Ottoman Empire got defeated in the First World War, and this particular region went in the hands of Britishers only, so they have the right to do it. During World War II, during the regime of Hitler in Germany, and later on he occupied Poland and other countries also, a lot of atrocities were committed against Jewish people. Because of this, there was a lot of sympathy against the Jewish people, and then the United Nations and other countries agreed to create a separate homeland for Jewish people also. So the first particular resolution passed by United Nations in this context was UN Resolution 181, when it recommended partition of mandate of Palestine into a separate Jewish and Arab state with Jerusalem under international administration. So another very important point. And because after this resolution, the acceptance of Israel was not happening. Finally, on May 14, 1948, Israel decided that it is going to declare independence on its own, and it declared independence on this particular date. This date is also important. May 14, 1948, Israel declares itself to be an independent country. Okay, and as soon as it declared its independence, all the Arabian countries. Okay, you want me to go slow? Okay. Yes, Torah is their particular holy book, not your Bible. Okay, Bible is a holy book of Christians, not of Jews. Okay, so 1948, your May 14, when your Israel was created. Then in 1948, just after the creation of Israel, all the Arab countries, all the countries which bordered Israel, like your Egypt, your Syria, your Lebanon, and your Jordan, they basically attacked whom? They attacked Israel. But Israel, with the help of USA and other Western countries, was able to win this particular war. Israel, after this particular war, was recognized by USA and Soviet Union. So what this first Arab-Israel war did was that it gave legitimacy to the state of Israel, because it was able to defeat all the big Arabian powers, all the regional powers of that particular region. And then finally, Israel was recognized by USA and Soviet Union. So what about the Palestinian peoples who were living in that particular part? So they basically ran away. And that particular incident, 7 to 8 lakh Palestinians migrate to surrounding countries. This particular event is called as a catastrophe. This is called as a catastrophe, and it is called as Nakba. It is called as Nakba. Okay, Nakba means catastrophe only. Okay, and then the 1949 Armistice Agreement was signed. The green line established by the 1949 Armistice Agreement became the de facto borders of the state of Israel. So I'm going to show you in the map what is the Armistice line also. You would understand what is the green line. Okay, and then in 1950 itself, India recognized Israel also. We recognize Israel as a country. What we are going to study law of recognition also. But full diplomatic ties, when we exchanged our ambassadors, we had embassies in each other country, was only done in the year 1992. Okay, then in the year 1956, Suez Canal crisis was also happened. Now I'll make you understand the Suez crisis in very brief. So Suez Canal was basically decided was plan of the French people. The French were the authorities which were ruling this particular region. But after a point of time when French and Egyptians started building it, they ran out of money to build it. So later on, it was undertaken by the Britishers, and it was then finally opened in 1869 by Britishers and the Egyptian people only. Okay, so they opened it in. They opened it, and then it was basically run as a private canal only. However, in the year 1956, your Egypt, this Suez Canal is located in the territory of Egypt. In the year 1956, Egypt decided to nationalize it. What do you mean by nationalization? Egypt said that this is a particular part of the Egyptian territory only. So Egypt is going to have all the economic rights, all the passage rights over this particular canal. It is going to be Egypt which is going to decide which are the countries which can pass through this particular canal, and no other country can do it. And Egypt also decided, because Egypt was against Israel, that Israel is not going to use it. Moreover, it put certain conditions on your French as well as your British ships also. Why so? Because it was earlier the Britishers and the French who were using it. Britishers were not paying anything to Egyptians for using this particular one, but now they have to give a certain charge to use this particular canal also. Because of this particular Suez Canal crisis, your Israel along with Britain and your France decided to attack Egypt. Finally, some mediation happened with the help of US and USSR, and then this crisis was basically handled. But one thing which changed because of this was that your Suez Canal came under the sovereign right of the Egyptian government only. But at the same time, this particular canal was open up for Israel, France, and other countries also. Okay. Meanwhile, in 1964, an organization came in the Palestine region known as PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization. This was created by all the Arab countries. It was created with the help of Arab countries during the first Arab League Summit, which took place in Cairo. Cairo is in Egypt, capital of Egypt only. Okay. PLO is currently represented by the Palestinian Authority based in the West Bank. Okay, so don't worry, do not be so overwhelmed that how much information there. When we complete this topic, you would you will basically connect all of these things and you would easily understand it. Okay, so PLO is that particular authority, that particular organization which was leading the charge of Palestine. Okay, this was the main organization which was fighting against Israel to create a state of Palestine only. And later on, when some peace talks started happening, then it was a PLO which was representing the Palestinian people. Okay, so PLO is currently represented by the Palestinian Authority based in the West Bank. Then the 1967 Six-Day War took place. This is one of the turning point in the history of Israel and Palestine, because this Six-Day War, this is called a Six-Day War because this war was won by Israel in a time span of 6 days only. This is also known as the Zone War. Third Arab-Israel War was fought between Israel and coalition of Arab states, primarily Egypt, Syria, and Jordan. And why this war is important? Because Israel extended its control in the nearby region also. So what Israel did was, Israel captured Golan Heights, a large area from Syria. It basically captured West Bank and East Jerusalem from Jordan. So the current West Bank, which is now considered part of Palestine, was earlier part of the country of Jordan, and East Jerusalem was also under your Jordan. Sinai Peninsula and Gaza Strip, a very large geographical region, was also captured by Israel from Egypt also. And for the first time in 2000 years, whole of Jerusalem came under the control of Jewish state also. Okay, then there was a United Nations Security Council Resolution 242 against this particular war, and here the United Nations Security Council requested Israel to withdraw its armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict. And because of this resolution, some peace talks started happening, which later on lead to certain accords, as accords like Oslo Accord and your Camp David Accords also. So we are going to study those also. Okay, but let's look at the map. So now this is the 1917 map, which is just after World War I. Okay, so the green part shows the Arabian control or the Palestinian control. The blue part shows the Jewish control. So you can see here how much area is under the Arab control and how much area is under the Jewish control. But once we come to 1948, so this is after the first Arab-Israel war. All of the territory which is in blue is the state of Israel now. And the borders, the green line, what is the green line? So the green line is this particular area. Okay, so what is the current border of Israel is the green line only, otherwise also known as the armistice line. Okay, so again go back to the slides and you can find out what I'm talking about. Okay, what is this green area? So this larger green area is the West Bank area. This smaller green area is the Gaza Strip. And why 6-day war is important? Because you can see here West Bank. This green area was never part of Israel or Palestine. This was actually part of Jordan. And this Gaza Strip was an extension of Sinai Peninsula, which is part of the Egyptian territory. Okay, so this territory plus Egyptian territory was occupied by the Israelis after your 1967 6-day war. So here you can see here why it is in red now, because this particular border is now under this particular territory is now occupied by the Israeli forces also, and they basically control all the border areas. Okay, now in 1995 you can see here this is after the Oslo Accords. You can see here many of the territories in West Bank are also now being occupied by Jewish people or by the Israelis. And in 2020, what is one of the, so this plan basically shows what was the proposal of Trump. So the proposal of Trump was that whatever area is in blue is going to be the Israeli territory, whatever is the area in green, it is going to be a Palestinian territory. Okay, so by this particular map you can see the history of Israel and Palestine also. Okay, so after the 1967 war, because your Egypt, Syria and your Jordan had a big defeat, they were not going to keep quiet. So in 1973, during the festival of Yom Kippur, which is a Jewish festival, all of these three countries decided to attack Israel. So this war is known as Ramadan War, the October War, the Fourth Arab-Israeli War, and your Israelis were found blindsided, and this particular war was led to a heavy losses on Israel. Finally, some negotiations were done, and again, peace talks started between these particular countries. And now the countries of Egypt, Jordan, and Syria were very clear that they wanted an end to occupation of Israel of the territories which are their particular territories, which Israel took over in the 1967 war. Okay, so this is your 1973 Yom Kippur War. Then in 1973 is also the time of the first oil crisis, okay, or the first energy crisis. So what happened? So all the Arab countries, we know this very well, that all the Arab countries are very rich in oil resources. So all of the oil, all of the natural resources, I'm not even saying 50%, 99% of oil and natural gas was coming from these Arab countries only. So in 1973, all the Arab countries decided that they are not going to give any oil, any natural resources and natural gas to any country who is supporting Israel in this particular case. Because of this, your oil prices shoot up. There was an oil crisis. There was lack of oil everywhere because they had decided to not give oil to Israel and Israel supporting countries. So this was a case. This was the background of the first Israel crisis also. Okay, but because of this Yom Kippur War, because in this there was no clear winner, it led to negotiation, it led to peace talks between the conflicting groups, and the first breakthrough was between Israel and Egypt. Egypt, which was the leader of the Arabian world at that time, it was the one which was leading the attack against Israel during the 1970s. It was the first country in 1978 which signed the Camp David Accord. Okay, so at the 1978 Camp David Accord, it was a peace deal between Israel and Egypt. And what was the outcome of this deal? So after the Camp David Accords, Camp David is in US, so it was mediated by US. Israel basically returned Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. It did not return the Gaza Strip, which was part of Sinai Peninsula, but it returned the Sinai Peninsula, which is a large geographical area, back to Egypt. And in exchange, Egypt became the first Arab country to recognize Israel. Okay, so one of the biggest enemy or the biggest enemy of that particular region finally recognized Israel. So the claim of other Arab countries was weakened by this particular Camp David Accord also. At the same time, your particular Sinai Peninsula was returned to Egypt also. Okay, so it was for the first time that some peace negotiation turned out to be successful. Okay, so this was your Camp David Accord of 1978. However, we should not forget that the Palestinians who are living in the Israeli occupied region are not changing any change in their day-to-day life only. So what happens in 1987 is known as the first Intifada. Intifada is basically refers to a revolution. It's an Arabic term for revolution only. Okay, so in 1987, the Palestinian people in the Israel-occupied territories of West Bank and Gaza, they basically launched a particular revolution known as First Intifada or Stone Intifada. Okay, although as compared to the Second Intifada, which took place between 2000-2005, this was not that violent, and their demand was basically they wanted that Israeli forces should move out of the Palestinian territories, specifically of West Bank and the Gaza Strip. But they also throw stones and Molotov cocktails at the Israeli army and its infrastructure. This uprising lasted from December 87 until the Madrid conference. So sometimes non-violence would not lead to results. So when this first Intifada was undertaken by the Palestinian people, the people realized that yes, there is a Palestinian population also living in those particular Israeli occupied regions, and we have to think about those also. So when this first Intifada took place, it took place from 87 to the Madrid conference of 1991. Madrid conference was basically basically led by US and USSR. They were the superpowers at that time, and they wanted to resolve this issue. So they started with the Madrid conference, but we know the year 1991 was also the year of dissolution of Daesh. What Daesh I am talking about? In 1991, what was dissolved? Okay, so the later negotiation were done by US only. Okay, and which lead to in the 1993 with the signing of the Oslo Accord. So we are going to do Oslo Accords in detail abhi in the next slide. So yes, you are right, Gargi, Dhairya, Viraj, Ananya, yes, Eklavya, Akash, Pranav, Prabodh, Flika and Krat, Palak, Priya, Abhishek, Akshat. Yes, so you have given the right answer. It is USSR. So because it got dissolved, so Madrid conference could not be completed with US and USSR. And then Oslo Accords were signed, again mediated by whom? By USA. But during this first Intifada, one of the terrorist group which is responsible for the current fight between Israel and Palestine, the Hamas came into existence. So Hamas is the outcome of the first Intifada. So remember this point also. Okay, so Hamas came in 1987. Okay, next, in 88, Palestine Declaration of Independence. So in 1948, Israel declares independence. In 1988, after first Intifada, Palestine also declares independence on 15th November 1988. And India was one of the first non-Arab countries to recognize Palestine in the year 1988 also. Okay, then peace conference started in 1991. It started with Madrid conference, but Soviet Union disintegrated. So it was finally led by US only, and the most important peace agreement related to Israel and Palestine was signed in the year 93 and 1995, which are basically the Oslo Accords. So Oslo Accords were signed in the capital of Norway, Oslo, and it was signed between Israel and your PLO. And why it is important? Because the two sides fighting each other, they finally decide to recognize each other. So it was a big breakthrough because PLO, which was the representative of the Palestinian people, it recognized Israel, which means they agreed that there can be a state of Israel in this particular place. At the same time, Israel also recognized that PLO is the representative of the Palestinian people, which means now there is a possibility of peace talks of future peace talks between the two main parties representing the countries of Israel and Palestine also. So this was a big achievement in this particular Oslo Accord. Then in the 2000, we had this Camp David Summit. So Camp David Summit was between Bill Clinton, Israeli PM, and the Palestinian Liberation Authority, Yasser Arafat. However, this summit ended without an agreement, and because this summit ended without an agreement, your Oslo Accord was finalized in 1995, and people felt like, especially in Palestine region, they felt like that now things would go to normal. But after 7 years, or let's say after 5 years after 95, in 2000, they had this Camp David summit, and there was no solution to it. Because of this, the second Intifada takes place, also known as the Al Aqsa Intifada. Al Aqsa is the mosque. It is the third holiest place for Muslims after Makkah and Medina. Al Aqsa Intifada takes place in the year 2000 to 2005. This was more violent in nature, because Hamas, which came into existence after the first Intifada, it had also become very powerful in this particular years. And then there was a more violent attack on the Israeli forces and the Israeli authority. Even suicide bombings were undertaken. Then finally in 2005, their demand was that Israel removes its armed forces from Gaza and your West Bank. And finally, in 2005, Israel unilaterally withdraws from the Gaza Strip. So now Gaza, which was earlier under full control of Israel, now it was totally open for the Hamas to take over. Okay, so there was this Sharm el-Sheikh summit also. This also failed. 2005, Israel decides to disengage from Gaza, and Benjamin Netanyahu calls it one of the biggest blunder done by Israel. Because why? Because after this particular thing, now Hamas had a free hand in Gaza. So when in 2006 Palestinian elections takes place in the Gaza Strip region, it is Hamas which comes in the control, or it wins the election in the Gaza Strip. In the West Bank region, it was PLO. But if I look at the overall Palestinian parliament, it was Hamas which had the majority. However, because of Oslo Accord, it was written in Oslo Accords that no Israel repelling, or someone who does not recognize Israel cannot be the rulers of the Palestinian Authority. So because of this particular thing, the Palestinian Authority, or PLO, declined to give power to Hamas. And now what happened was, there is a conflict between Palestinian authorities in West Bank and your Hamas in Gaza. Okay, so what happens? Your West Bank is now under control since 2007. West Bank is under control of Palestinian authorities, and your small territory of Gaza Strip is in the control of whom? Is in control of Hamas. Okay, so this is the change after 2006. And then starting from 2007 onwards, because now Hamas is the de facto ruler of Gaza Strip, it started attacking the Israeli territory. So some very big very big attacks were undertaken by Hamas in the year 2007, in 2009-10, then in 2012-13, in 17, in 19, and then finally a big attack in the year 2023 also. Okay, but do not forget to remember this. Ramallah is a Palestinian city, and it is the current de facto capital of Palestine. However, Palestine consider as Jerusalem as their particular territory, but the de facto territory is Ramallah. Next, very important point, 2020 Abraham Accords were signed by some Arab countries and Israel. So Israel, UAE, and Israel, Bahrain. Apart from it, one was also signed between Israel and South Sudan. It's not given here. So Israel, UAE, and Bahrain decided to sign these Abraham Accords with the help of US, and this was basically done to normalize relation between these Arab countries and Israel. And for this particular purpose, your Abraham Accords was signed in the year 2020. Okay, then 2023 Hamas attack. So let's come to the latest attack. So it is very soon. There's going to be the second anniversary in October, and still Israel is not able to release get those hostages released from Hamas also. Okay, so what Hamas attack was undertaken? They called it as Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. Okay, so they killed around 1,200 Israelis and foreign nationals, and they took 251 Israelis hostages also. And currently, your particular Israel is fighting to get those hostages released and to eliminate Hamas. And for that particular operation, for that particular purpose, they have launched Operation Swords of Iron by Israel against the Hamas. Now let's look at the two-state solution. So if they ask you what is the source or what is the base of two-state solution, so do not write Oslo Accords. It is going to be UN Resolution 181. Okay, so it was from the UN Resolution 181 that your two-state solution gets its base. Okay, but at the same time, Oslo Accords also supported two-state solution. India is also in favor of two-state solution. So which are the countries which are against two-state solution? So remember two countries specifically. One is Israel. Israel itself does not want a two-state solution. It wants there should be one state of Israel, and the Arab regions or the Palestinian regions would be in the control of Israel only. Okay, so Israel and Iran reject the two-state solution. Okay, so yeah. And now what is the current status? So currently Israel-Palestine West Bank annexation, Israel has decided that it is going to capture Gaza and it is also going to annex West Bank also. So because of this, if Israel occupies West Bank and Gaza, there would be no territory left for the country of Palestine. And then it would be a problem. Why it would be a problem? Because one of the requirements to be considered a state is there should be a fixed territory for you. And if you don't have a fixed territory, then you cannot be recognized as a country. Okay, so that's why because your Israel does not want a two-state solution, what it is doing is it is trying to capture or annex West Bank so that there is no territory left, there is no fixed territory left to be recognized as a state of Palestine. Okay, so that is the purpose of this particular West Bank annexation. We have a ICC judgment also in 2024 which declared Israel occupation of Palestine as illegal and called for withdrawal. But at the same time, because of the ongoing atrocities of Israel, and this is a very important part, the important part being that there are certain countries which have decided to recognize the state of Palestine, which they had decided to not do for so many years. They have finally decided that they are going to recognize the state of Palestine so that Israel cannot commit such atrocities in this particular region. So countries which have decided to recognize Israel are France, Britain, Australia and Canada. So very soon they might recognize your state of Palestine. Which are the countries which already recognize Palestine? So India has already recognized Palestine. So can you tell me when did India recognize Palestine? I've already told you, just mention the year. Okay, so more than 130 US states recognize Palestine. Notable recognizers: India, China, Russia, South Africa, Brazil, and most Arab and African countries, they recognize Palestine. Countries which not recognize Palestine, so there are many countries, but US, Germany, Austria, they currently do not recognize Palestine. Why Germany and your Australia do not recognize Palestine? Because they have a history of anti-Semitism, or they were part of the Holocaust or the genocide of Jews during Hitler regime. So as a result, to basically apologize or to seek pardon for their particular past crimes, they recognize the state of Israel, but they do not recognize the state of Palestine. Okay. Okay, so yes, you have given the right answer. It is 1988, right? Okay, so let's move to the next topic of Iran. Okay, so I have basically done what? So we have covered Israel, Palestine. Now we are moving to Iran. Then we'll do Iran, US, and Israel issue also. So you can see this is the country of Iran. They are the two leaders of Iran. One is the current supreme leader. One is your president of Iran. Do you know who they are? Who is the president of Iran and who is the current ruler, supreme leader of Iran? Okay, so can you name them? Okay, so this is the capital of Iran, and you can say which are the countries which share a border with Iran. Okay, so what is the official name of Iran? So it is Islamic Republic of Iran. What is the style of government there? So it's a unitarily presidential theocratic Islamic Republic. Who is the supreme leader? Yes, Pezeshkian, Masoud Pezeshkian and Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Not Khomeini, it's Khamenei. Khomeini was the founder supreme leader and he was now replaced with Khamenei. So Khomeini was the founder one and he is Khamenei. So there is a difference of E and O only. Okay, he is the head of the state. The president is Masoud Pezeshkian. Vice president is Mohammad Reza Araf. Okay, Iran maintains diplomatic relation with 165 countries, but not with Israel and US. Not with Israel because it does not recognize Israel, and not with US because it considers it responsible for all the wrongs of Iran also. Okay, so they basically do not recognize US and your Israel since 1979. So let's understand the history of Iran. So history of Iran can be divided in two parts: pre 1979 and post 1979. Because pre 1979 Iran was a very liberal country. At least if we talk about women empowerment, etc., it was very open, and it had very good ties with Israel also. Because before 1979, Iran was ruled by the Raza Pahlavi family only, and Muhammad Reza Shah Pahlavi was a Western was a Western supported ruler of Iran. Okay, so Iran was basically under Muhammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, who was basically supported by the West, and this particular person had very good relations with Iran, with Israel and your US, but at the same time, the people of Iran did not like him because he was very liberal. He was not liberal, but he was very Western in that sense, and Iranian people wanted more of a Islamic government. And there were many clerics like Ayatollah Ali Khomeini at that time who were spewing poison against the Shah of Iran at that particular time. And finally, what happened in 1979 was that there was a Islamic revolution or Iranian revolution. Okay, so the 1979 Iranian revolution takes place under Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, Naki Khamenei, Ruhollah Khomeini. He was exiled to France due to his criticism of Shah. Then there was a protest. Finally, Shah Reza Pahlavi had to fled from Iran, and then Islamic Republic of Iran under supreme leader Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini was created. And one of the first things which it did was it de-recognized Israel. It cut its ties with Israel as well as Iran, as well as with US. It termed Israel as Little Satan and termed United States as the Great Satan, and they should be destroyed. Okay, so they should be destroyed. So these are open statements from the state of Israel, from the leader of Israel, that they do not see any place for Israel on the map of the world. Okay, so this is their statements by the leaders of Iran, that they would never allow a country like Israel to exist. Because of this, Israel always try that whenever Iran is trying to create a nuclear weapon, it is the first country which goes ahead and destroy those particular nuclear sites. Okay, now there is a shadow war since 1979. In 2010, US and Israel are believed to have developed Stuxnet. So this is an important information. So Stuxnet was a malicious computer virus, a malware. Malicious virus is a malware. Malicious software, malware. Stuxnet, and what they did was they basically attacked the nuclear facilities of Iran, and they destroyed all their particular data. So this was the first publicly known cyber attack on industrial machinery in Iran. Okay, and then what Iran did was, Iran, because it could not fight directly, it started promoting proxies. And one of the proxies it promoted after it came to power, the Islamic Republic came to power after 1979. One was your Hamas, the other was Houthis in Yemen, and one they created was Hezbollah in country. Which country is Hezbollah in? Okay, I've already told you Hamas is in Gaza, your Houthi is in Yemen, and where is Hezbollah? Where is Hezbollah? Okay, yes, right. So you have given the right answer. Hezbollah is in your Lebanon. Okay, then your assassination of Iran's Army General 2020, General Qasim Soleimani was assassinated in a third country in Iraq, in Baghdad. A top Iranian military commander was basically attacked, and because of this, there were many attacks done by Hamas through Hamas on the Israeli territory also. But the biggest attack was done on 7th October 2023 when Hamas did a full-blown attack on Israel, prompting Israeli airstrikes. Okay, then Houthis also were involved. Houthis, what they did in Yemen was they started attacking Israeli and Western ships which were passing through the Red Sea region also. Okay, so this led to Red Sea crisis. But what about India and Iran? So independent India and Iran established diplomatic relations on 15th March 1950. Second, very important, India is basically developing the Chabahar port. So you tell me in the comment box which particular terminal is being handled by India on Chabahar port. Okay, so I'm waiting for your answers. Also, INSTC, International North-South Transport Corridor, ship, rail, and road route for moving freight between India, Iran, Azerbaijan, Russia, Central Asia, and Europe. Okay, so what we are not doing here is we are not doing Chabhar port. We are not doing your INSTC, not IMEC. IMEC is different. This is INSTC. This is different. IMEC is different. So I'm sure just now I might have discussed your INSTC with you or IMEC with you. Otherwise, we are going to do it in the next session. But this is an important point. Chabhar port is important for us. Okay. Yes, Shahid Beheshti port. Okay, right. Good. Okay, so you have answered it. Moving on, let's look at the Iran's nuclear issue. So Iran has open nuclear ambition because it wants to destroy Israel, and it has been trying to create a nuclear weapon since the Islamic Revolution also. But the Western countries are trying their best that it should not be it should not become a nuclear capable state. So they've been trying to somehow stall the Iran's nuclear program. Okay, and for that particular purpose, a lot of sanctions were put up on Iran, so that if their economy suffered, they would not be in a situation to build nuclear weapon. However, it was felt that even after those particular sanctions, Iran was still continuing with its nuclear weapon. So for once, the Western power under US decided to try the path of diplomacy, and in the year 2015, a particular agreement was signed known as JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, signed in 2015 during presidency of Barack Obama, and it was signed between P5+1 and your Iran. So what are P5+1? So that's US, UK, France, China, Russia, Germany, and your Iran. So these countries basically signed JCPOA. Okay, what was the purpose? Iran is going to limit its nuclear program, and in exchange, other countries are going to remove the economic sanction and also going to help out Iran in its development process. Okay, but what happens in 2018? A very smart person, Donald Trump, comes into power, and what he does is, first thing he does is he withdraws US from JCPOA, and then what does Iran do? Iran again starts to enrich its uranium so that it can build a nuclear weapon. So this JCPOA goes underwater, and now what has happened is now Iran has initiated its nuclear weapon program. So one particular peace offering has now went into drain. Okay, now let's look at the US-Iran-Israel escalation. What has happened currently? So US did airstrikes on Iran. US bombed 3 key Iranian nuclear sites, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. You have to remember these particular 3 sites. Of all these 3, the Fordo is more important because it is underground, and it is not in the capability of Israel to attack the sites. So it is only the US which has the striking capacity to strike a underground facility, specifically a nuclear facility. So what it did, it basically used its B-2 Spirit stealth bomber, which has the capacity of carrying your MOP bombs. 2 MOPs can be taken by it. And what it did was, it was able to attack. It was able to destroy the Fordo underground capacity also. What was the weapon used? So it was your GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, also known as bunker buster. So it can basically go underground and destroy a underground facility. Also, it can go up to the depth of 60 meters, and then it can destroy that particular thing. So US, what it did was, it basically attacked the nuclear sites of Iran to totally destroy it. What did it utilize? It used a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber developed by Boeing, and also utilized the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, again developed by Boeing. Apart from it, it also utilized Tomahawk missiles, which are long-range all-weather subsonic cruise missile used by US Navy and the Royal Navy. Royal Navy is the Navy of Britain. Okay, next topic is your Iranian parliament votes to close Strait of Hormuz. So Strait of Hormuz is a very important trade route. Okay, why it is important? Because if I have to access the bulk Persian Gulf, so to access this particular Persian Gulf, I have to go through Strait of Hormuz. And if you would look on the north of Persian Gulf, it is the side of Iran. And if Strait of Hormuz is closed by Iran, then all of the oil which comes from the Gulf state would not go out of this particular route also. Okay, so Iran had decided that it's going to basically close Strait of Hormuz to pressurize US and Israel to come on the negotiation table. Why? Because even India is going to get impacted if Strait of Hormuz closed, because 80% of its oil needs imports are from this particular Strait of Hormuz only. Okay, so what are the bordering countries is given on the left. What is the Strait of Hormuz? So it is between a narrow waterway. Strait is basically a narrow waterway between which connects your Persian Gulf and your Gulf of Oman and the extended Arabian Sea. Okay, so I have included this map also. Okay, 20% of global oil trade passes through it, world's most critical oil transit checkpoint, and LNG also passes through this particular route. Okay, then one term which you should know is the term of anti-Semitism. So anti-Semitism word, Semite word comes from, is basically refers to a group of languages, specifically your Arabian languages spoken by the people of the Middle East. It was Wilhelm Marr which coined this particular term. However, currently anti-Semitism refers to hatred for Jews. Okay, so currently, originally it was used to show hatred of people who speak a group of languages, but now it refers to, anti-Semitism refers to what? It refers to basically hatred for Jews or Jewish people. Next is recognition of Palestine. So let's understand the legal background of it. So recently in 24-25, sin countries, Spain, Ireland, Norway had formally recognized it, and now Germany, Austria, France, your UK, Australia, they have decided to recognize these particular countries. Now, what exactly is law of recognition? So law of recognition means that there should be a formal acknowledgement of one state that another entity qualifies as a sovereign state under international law. So if a particular country is not recognized by the other country, it cannot have diplomatic relations with each other. So law of recognition requires that the country which comes into existence should be recognized by other countries, then only it can be considered as a state. Okay, and to give some legal backing to it, there is a Montevideo Convention, which is a convention of 1933, and it provides us with criteria for statehood. And what are the four criteria? So four criteria: there should be a permanent population, which means it should not be a migratory population, or it should not be a population which is of other country and it for some time is coming to that area. So there should be a permanent population. Second is another very important requirement, which is there should be a defined territory, and Israel is annexing West Bank and your Gaza, so that there is no defined territory for Palestine. Third is there should be a government to govern those particular regions. And fourth is it should have some capacity to enter into relations with other states. So if a country fulfills all of these particular criteria, then under the Montevideo Convention, it can be considered for statehood. Okay, what is the legal effect of recognition if one country recognizes other? So let's say if India has recognized Palestine, what is the effect of it? It can enter into treaties and diplomatic relations. It can apply for membership in international organization. It can access international court like the ICJ. Why ICJ? Because only states can fight cases. It can claim protection under international law. Okay, so what is the Palestine current international status? Out of 193 UN countries, over 135 countries recognize it, and currently Palestine has a non-member observer state status at the UN since 2012. Okay, which are the countries who currently do not recognize? US, Germany, Australia, and Japan also do not recognize. So this is not an issue just with Palestine, but even Israel face a lot of non-recognition by many countries. So although all the important countries of the world recognize it, 165 plus countries recognize Israel, including India, US, UK, most of Europe, but it is still not recognized by many countries like your 15 members of Arab League. All these countries do not recognize. Many non-Arab countries of Organization of Islamic Cooperation do not recognize, and even Cuba, North Korea, Venezuela also do not recognize the country of Israel. So these are the countries which do not recognize Israel. Okay, thank you, Viraj. Government is Hamas or the Palestinian government from those. Okay, so Abhishek, government is your Palestinian Authority. Okay, it is still Palestinian Authority. Flickr Art, thank you for recognizing it. Okay, what is India's recognition? regarding Israel. India recognized Israel in 1950, but not established full diplomatic relations till 1992. India recognized Palestine in 1988. Okay, moving on to the next one, extradition law in India. Okay, so I'm going to pick up speed because we have very less time and we have a lot of topics to cover. Okay, so let's do this topic as fast as we can, and what you can do is you can simply take screenshots and read them later on and make notes out of it. So what is extradition? So extradition is the legal process by which one country requests another country to send people who were running away from justice from their country to be sent back to their country. Okay, it is governed by bilateral or multilateral treaty. What is the requirement in India? So in India, there are requirement is that if a country wants to extradite someone, there should be a extradition treaty with it. Okay, or otherwise it should be covered by the Extradition Act of 1962. Okay, so what is the legal framework in India? It is the Extradition Act of 1962, which is a ministry responsible for extradition. It is going to be Ministry of External Affairs. So I'll give you a simple example of extradition. So Vijay Mallya is someone who has taken public money from banks and has run away with that money. So he is basically done a criminal offense. So if someone runs away from the law, he is called as fugitive. Okay, so he is a fugitive. And now what government wants that Vijay Mallya should come back to India and he should face justice. So we know he is in UK, so we have sent a extradition request to UK to send back Vijay Mallya to us. And all of this is known as extradition law. Okay. Extradition only possible if India has a treaty, but it can be possible if there is an understanding between those two countries also. Okay, what are the key provisions of Extradition Act? First, it lays the basis of extradition. What is the basis? So it's either it is either a treaty or a special arrangement. Second is it allows India to refuse extradition if the offense is political in nature. Okay, third is protects an extradited person from being prosecuted for offense other than the one specified in the extradition request. What is Section 31? Section 31 says that if someone is extradited for a particular offense, let's say someone has done theft. So once he goes to the extraditing country, there they cannot now charge him for, let's say, murder or some other offense. If they said they are going to charge him with theft, they can only charge him for theft only. Okay, protection against torture. If there is a possibility that some inhumane treatment would be given, then in that particular case, India can deny extradition. Moreover, India can also deny extradition under the Act for political offenses. For example, Bangladesh has asked for extradition of Sheikh Hasina, but we have rejected, calling it as political offense. Okay, what is the current status of extradition treaties with other countries? So we have extradition treaty with 50 plus countries, but with many other countries, we do it on a case-to-case basis also. Landmark case on extradition. One is your Abu Salim extradition case between India and Portugal. Who's Abu Salim? Abu Salim was related to the underworld of Mumbai. He was also involved in many extortion cases as well as in the case of murder. So, and also on terrorism and Mumbai 1993 bomb blast case, and we were successful in extraditing him from Portugal. However, we cannot sentence him for death penalty because Portugal do not has provisions for capital punishment. So India cannot also give him capital punishment because this is one of the condition of this particular extradition. Now, Vijay Mallya extradition case is another very important case which is still ongoing in the UK courts. Next, Tahavur extradition case. He was one of the conspirator in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. However, the good news is we are able to successfully extradite. We were able to successfully extradite him from the US prison. Okay, next is your Russia-Ukraine conflict. So to understand Russia-Ukraine conflict, let me take help of this particular map. So if you look at this particular map, if you will see this particular region, this is Crimea. This was earlier part of Ukraine, but in 2014, this particular part was annexed by Russia. This was annexed by Russia. Then if you will see this particular region is known as the Donbas region. This is the Donbas region. Because of its proximity to Russia, this region has a lot of Russian-speaking population also. Okay, and Donbas region consists of two provinces. One is your Donetsk, and one is your Luhansk. And sometimes you would hear this word, oblast. What is oblast? So oblast is basically the Soviet term for a province. So oblast means province. And so the region is Donbas, the geographical region Donbas. Two provinces in this region which are of Russian speaker is Donetsk and Luhansk. And it is alleged by people, Russian speakers of Donetsk and Luhansk, that Ukrainian government is basically torturing them, is basically not giving them equal status like other Ukrainians, and they want either independence or they want to merge with Russia. So what Russia did was, Russia basically attacked this particular territory of Ukraine on February 24, 2022. So it is already 3 years now. Next year, February is going to be the 4th year of this particular war. So Russia thought that he's going to do a full invasion of Ukraine and would defeat Ukraine in, let's say, in a week or two. But this war has stretched for so long because Ukraine has been getting active help from the European countries, from NATO members, and specifically from US also. Okay, so this is the Russia-Ukraine war, the current situation. If we look at the background, during Soviet era, between 1922 when Soviet Union came into existence till 1991, Ukraine was part of the larger Soviet Union, but in 1991 it became a separate territory. Okay, then everything was hunky-dory till 2014, but in 2014 your Maidan revolution took place. It's not mentioned here. Maidan revolution took place in 2014, and the pro-Russian president Viktor Yanukovych, who was a Russian supporter, he basically was ousted, and after his ouster, Russia basically annexed Crimea to teach Ukrainians a particular lesson. Okay, then basically after 2014, the European powers and your Russia came to the peace table, and the European powers thought that this is a one-off incident and now Russia is not going to repeat it. However, this was a big mistake on the part of European powers, and Russia took it as a weakness of the Western powers, and finally on February 22nd, 2022, it decided to attack Donetsk and Luhansk also, and to occupy these regions also. And the reason what Russia gave was that Ukraine cannot be part of NATO. It is trying to become part of NATO. It is trying to become part of EU. Ukraine should be part of, or Ukraine should be in the area of influence of Russia, and Russia cannot allow any neighboring country to be part of a Western security alliance like NATO, because it would become a direct threat to Russia also. Because the original purpose of NATO was to protect the Western powers from USSR only, because there is a very important article, Article 5, and there is one particular mutual defense agreement recently being signed between two countries. Do tell me which two countries I'm talking about. Okay, anyway, so Article 5 says an attack on one NATO country is an attack on all the other countries, and all countries would come together to fight the common enemy. So that Article 5 would even be implemented against Russia, and Russia does not want it. Okay, so currently now Russia demands that your current Ukrainian president should go away, and there should be a security assurance, a proper assurance by Ukraine, by Western powers, that Ukraine would never become part of NATO, and it would not join EU also, and it would always be in the influence of Russia. So this is the demand of Russia, and Ukrainians do not agree with this particular thing also. Okay. And yes, you are giving right answer. Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have signed a mutual defense pact on the similar lines. That is also very important news for us. Okay, so this is your particular Russia-Ukraine conflict. I hope you have understood the conflict. Now it is just these particular one-liners which you have to go through once. Next is your India-China relations. So again, India-China relation is also important. India-China have have a trade relation, have a cultural relation since the ancient times. However, we are more concerned about our current relations. So the basis of our current relation is on the Panchsheel Agreement. So when India and China became independent, one after the other, we signed a Panchsheel Agreement, and these are the 5 principles of Panchsheel Agreement: mutual non-aggression, mutual non-interference, equality, mutual benefit, peaceful coexistence, mutual respect for each other, territorial integrity and sovereignty. Okay, so this is the Panchsheel Agreement, which was signed in the year 1954. China, when it attacked India in the 1960 war, it claimed that it is India which has breached the Panchsheel Agreement by giving asylum to Tibetan leaders, specifically the Dalai Lama. So China's claim is that it is not China which basically broke the Panchsheel Agreement. It was India which broke it. India claims that by attacking the Indian territories, it was never India's intention to attack China. It was only helping out who were asking refuge or asylum from us. So there was no ill intention of India, and it is China which has brokered the Panchsheel Agreement. However, it is since then that India and China has an on-off relationship, but still India and China are our neighbors, so we cannot choose our neighbors, and we have to learn to live with them. So India and China are trying very hard to establish a stable relationship between them. Okay, so what is the current situation of India and China border? So India and China has a border of 3,488 kilometers. But my question to you is, what is the length of India-Pakistan border? So comment it in the comment box. What is the length of India-Pakistan border? Okay, India-China border is 3488. Okay, western sector. Okay, so we can divide the India-China border in 3 sectors: western sector, central sector, and eastern sector. In the western sector, the disputed territory is Aksai Chin. In the central sector, there is not much of a dispute. But in eastern sector, the whole of Arunachal Pradesh is claimed by China to be part of South Tibet, and it wants the whole of Arunachal Pradesh as its territory. Okay, these are the states. Okay, starting from Jammu Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, then Sikkim, and then finally Arunachal Pradesh. These are the states which share a border with China. Okay, now what is the border between India and China in the Aksai Chin region? So this particular border in which Aksai Chin is part of China, this is the LAC. Okay, this particular border is LAC. Okay, not the outer border. And this Arunachal Pradesh, what is the line which demarcate India and China in the eastern sector or in Arunachal Pradesh? What is the name of the line? Okay. Apart from the line, you mention it in the comment box. Let's discuss the trade passes. So these are the 3 passes. There is a Nathula Pass, there is a Lipu Lake Pass, and a Shipkila Pass. You need to know these particular passes are located in which particular state also. So you need to know where is Nathula, where is Lipu Lake, and where is Shipkila. So if you know, please mention it in the comment box. Okay, so Nathula is in Sikkim. Yes, correct. Not McDonald line, it is McMahon line. Okay, this is McMahon line. I have asked you with regard to your. So Abhishek, you will get a polity session also. Don't worry. It's McMahon line. Shipkila is in Uttarakhand. Correct. Shipkila is in Uttarakhand. Nathula is in Sikkim, and Lipu Lake again Uttarakhand. Yes, correct. Okay, so you're given the correct answer. What are the agreements? So we have 2 main agreements. One is of 1993 and one is of 1996. So these are the 2 more important agreements. Apart from we have our agreement of 2005, 2013 also, but 93, 96 are the 2 main agreements, because these are the 2 agreements which give some clarity with regard to LAC. Okay, so it give some clarity regard to LAC. It is these agreements, when the Galwan Valley clash took place, at that particular time, we basically said that China has brokered the 93-96 agreement also, because in the 93 agreement of 1993 agreement between India and China, it was decided that we are not going to cross into the other country crossing the LAC. Okay, but apart from it, apart from 93-96, we have the 2005 and 2013 agreement also. Then in 25, we had the India-China Tianjin meet also. Okay. Okay, so current peace meet took place in Tianjin meet on the sideline of which particular summit? Okay, so you tell me what is going to be the India-China Tianjin meet was on the sideline of which particular Yes, Pranav, you given the right answer. Yes, Prabhu. Viraj, Kushi. Right. So yes, you all are giving right answer. Gargi, Vishta, Eklavya. Yes, it is SCO. Okay, so on the sidelines of SCO meet. Okay, so let's look at the Taiwan issue also. So Taiwan, if you look at this particular map, the red color is the mainland China. And then if you would look clearly, so you can see there is this particular territory, which is the territory or which is the island of Taiwan. So the history is that Taiwan was earlier part of China only. So there was a Chinese civil war between the nationalist Kuomintang and the Communist Party of China. In this particular civil war, it was the CPC, Communist Party of China, which basically won the civil war, and they came in control of the mainland China. And what happened? The national Kuomintang, they basically ran off to the Taiwan, or earlier known as Formosa Island. So it was earlier called as Formosa Island, now known as your Taiwan. So what is the earlier name of Taiwan? It was Formosa. And from there, they operated the Republic of China. Okay, so this became the PRC, People Republic of China. This was your Republic of China. And interestingly, at least till the 1970, it was the Republic of China which represented China in the United Nations Security Council. Okay, now the issue is China, the mainland China, your Communist Party of China is very clear that there can only be one China. And it is so stubborn, it is so adamant with this particular policy that it says that the mainland China would only have diplomatic relations with those countries which recognizes the one China policy. And India has been one of the early supporter of one China policy. However, because Taiwan is a very important country and sometimes acts as a counterweight against China, US and other Western countries use it as a bargaining block with whenever they are negotiating with China. Okay, so PRC insists there is only one China and Taiwan is an inalienable part of it. So if Taiwan would have been a weak country, did not had security assurances from USA, China would have attacked it tomorrow and capture it back into China. However, because Taiwan has strong defenses and also has security assurance from US, that's why it can still exist as an independent country. What is the international recognition? Taiwan held China's seat in the United Nations. 1971 resolution 2758 recognized the PRC as the main China then. Currently only 12-13 countries, very small countries like Guatemala, Paraguay, Eswatini, Vatican City only maintain diplomatic or official relations with Taiwan. Other countries do not have official relationship, including India. Okay, India recognized PRC in 50 and follows the one China policy. India does not have formal relations, diplomatic relations with Taiwan, but it has economic, cultural and technological relationship through the India-Taipei Association 1995. What is USA stand? USA follows a one China policy, recognized PRC since 79, but maintains strong unofficial ties with Taiwan. Okay, so this is your US stand. Next is your Tibet. Tibet is also important part. Main thing which you need to know is Tibet was earlier an independent country. It was a sovereign territory. But later on, after China became independent, it said Tibet is inalienable part of China also. So in 1959, your Dalai Lama, which is the leader of Tibet or Tibetan people, he fled to India after an uprising, was crushed, and then they set up their Tibetan government in exile in Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh, and China is incorporated Tibet as a Tibet autonomous region. So it is autonomous only in name. It is fully occupied by China only. Okay, what are the major Chinese policy now? Heavy military presence, migration of Han Chinese. So ethnically, Han Chinese is the majority Chinese people, and what it is doing, it is changing the demography of Tibet. So it is asking the Han Chinese people who are ready to move to Tibet to basically go and build their base in Tibet only, and it is suppressing Tibetan culture, etc. Okay, so basically for India, Tibet historically served as a buffer zone with China, but after Tibet's integration with China, India and China shared a direct and disputed border, because of which many a times so much issues take place. Next is your CPEC. What is CPEC? So CPEC is part of the larger Belt and Road Initiative of China, which is an infrastructure initiative, because China has a lot of capacity, so it is helping other countries, or it is trying to control other countries by building infra in those countries. One of the most ambitious project of BRI is your CPEC, which was launched in April 2015. As you can see, this particular red line, this is the CPEC corridor. It starts from Kashgar in China and it ends in Gwadar, which is very important port being built in Balochistan province of Pakistan with the help of China only. India did not join CPEC or BRI because India did not join BRI because CPEC goes through POK and India claims that it is breach of its sovereignty. Next is your South China Sea dispute. So what is South China Sea? So South China Sea is the sea south of China, and China claims that all of South China Sea, all of this water is basically territory of China only, which the other countries call it as a wrong claim because they say this is a particular their area also. So you can see these red dashes, though these are 9 dashes, okay, and this is called as China's 9-dash line, okay, and China says whatever sea is in this particular region, whatever islands are these region, group of islands are there are in this region, all of these are islands under China only, which other countries do not agree with. So one thing which you need to know is that which are the group of islands which are disputed. So one is your Parasil Island, one is your Scarborough Shoal, and one is your Spratly Island, and they are disputed between China, your Vietnam, your Malaysia, your Brunei, Philippines, and also Taiwan. So China and Taiwan are one and the same for this dispute, but which are the other countries? So you have Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, Philippines, etc. Okay, so these are the countries which are involved in the South China Sea dispute. Okay, so this is regarding the recent tension, but at the same time there is a recent exercise, Balikatan exercise between US and Philippines. Balikatan means shoulder to shoulder. This is basically to counter China in the South China Sea. Next is your ICC. ICC was established by the Rome Statute of 1998, came into force on 1st July 2002. This is important because your ICC jurisdiction is only prospective. So only incidents which took place after this date, only for those incidents ICC you can approach the ICC. Headquarters is in Hague, but the very important point is the mandate and jurisdiction. So it is the first international criminal court. It tries individual and not states only when the local courts are not capable to or are not interested in taking action. Next is what are the crimes which are being handled by ICC. So they handle cases of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and crime of aggression. Its jurisdiction applies only if crimes are committed on the territory of a state parties which have signed the Rome Statute, or is undertaken by someone or by an individual who is a citizen of the state party. Otherwise, they do not have it, or the Security Council refers the case to it. What is the current membership? Current membership is 1, 2, 3 countries. 1, 2, 3 countries are there. But you need to know the major non-members. So US, Israel, Russia, China, India are non-members. So there are many non-members, but these are the major ones. Okay, US signed the Rome Statute but withdrew its signature in 2002 and consistently criticizes it. In November 24, ICC suo motu asked for arrest warrant against Israeli PM, former Israel Defense Minister and Hamas leader, the late Ibrahim al-Masri, and Yoav Gallant and Benjamin Netanyahu, claiming that they are committing genocide in the Palestinian territory. So Israel is not a member, but Palestine is a member. So if even Israeli personnel does anything in the Palestinian territory, they can be taken to the ICC. Next topic is your president rule in Manipur. So first we have to understand the Manipur conflict. So if you would see this particular map, the central part, the orange part is basically Meitei dominated region. The blue part is dominated by the tribals, the Kuki-Zomi tribals, and the current conflict, the Manipur ongoing conflict, is between your Meiteis, which are the general population, and they are found in this Imphal Valley region. This region is all hill regions of Manipur, and it is between Kuki-Zomi tribes. Okay, so one side we have the Meitei community, and on the other side we have the Kuki-Zomi community. So the Meitei tribes the Meitei community wants that either they should be given reservation, or Kuki-Zomi tribe, which has now been using reservation. It's a scheduled tribe. Kuki-Zomi is a scheduled tribe. They have been using reservation for very long, and now they have become developed, and there should be now some parity in the reservation system. So either give us some reservation or take away reservation of Kuki-Zomi. Because of this reservation conflict, things escalated, and later on it turned into a civil war between your Meiteis and your Kuki-Zomi tribes. Okay, and currently it is still continuing between those particular group. Finally, because for the last 1 year the state government tried to control it but it could not, so in February of 2025 the central government decided, or the president decided, to impose president rule. So on February 13, 2025, Biren Singh led BJP government of Manipur was dismissed and it was replaced by president rule, which is put under Article 356. Now you need to know one important thing. What is the criteria for imposing Article 356? So it can be imposed if the president, based on the governor report or other sources, satisfied that the state government cannot function as per constitutional provision. So what is the invocation criteria? It is breakdown of constitutional machinery. So that is the only ground on which you can impose a particular state emergency. And why I'm pointing it out? Because you can only do it on this ground. Breakdown of law and order is not a ground enough. Breakdown of law and order is not the ground enough to impose a state emergency. Only when constitutional machinery, when the state government fails to control a particular state, then only a state emergency can be imposed. Okay, so what is the scope of presidential power in this particular case? It assumes functions of the state government, declare president's authority, make necessary incidental and consequential provisions. Limitation: cannot assume power of the High Court. Proclamation must be presented before the House of Parliament for approval. So once some particular state imposes, one president imposes state emergency, then there are certain safeguards so that it is not misused. And one of the safeguards is that once a president rule is imposed, initially it is valid for 2 months only without parliamentary approval, which means in the next 2 months we have to get a parliamentary approval. Okay, once this parliamentary approval is given, that particular parliamentary approval is to be extended is to be taken every 6 months, and it can be extended, this president rules can be extended 6 months at a time, only to an extent of 3 years. And also after 1 year, so this was a later addition by 44th amendment, a national emergency is operation, then only it can extend beyond 1 year, or election commission certifies that situation is not normal to conduct elections, so then only you can do it. Okay, now let's look at very important points regarding your president rule. What is the frequency of the president rule? So in India, presidential rule after this Manipur incident has been imposed 130 times totally, and it is the state of Manipur in which the maximum number of times it has been imposed. It has been imposed 11 times. Okay, if I talk about duration, in terms of total in Kashmir, which had president rule for over 12 years. Next is Punjab, more than 10 years, largely during periods of separation movement, and then Puducherry over 7 years. So these are the first three states in terms of duration. But in number of times, if it is asked, it's Manipur. In terms of duration, it is your Punjab. Okay, so next is your judicial oversight. So your president rule, earlier it was misused a lot. Now by SR Bomai, your particular president rule has been restricted. Certain safeguards have been imposed. For example, that in case a particular president rule is imposed, in that particular case, court, not the case that if a president rule is imposed, it cannot be questioned in court. The court can review a judicial review. The court can judicially review a particular president rule if there are grounds of illegality, malafide intent, extraneous consideration, abuse of power, or a case of fraud. So for these particular reasons, a particular court can go into it. What about the legislative assembly status? So state legislature should be suspended, not dissolved, which means the legislative assembly is in existence whenever the emergency is removed and the legislative assembly is still left with a tenure, then it is basically continued. What about parliamentary approval? I've already told you it is required within 2 months. Without approval, the dismissed government is automatically reinstated. And what is the impact? Reduce arbitrary imposition, strengthen federal structure, and establish clear guidelines. So all of this was in the SR Bomai case only. Okay. Okay, so I think we are over time now. So what we can do is, and I'm left with a lot of topic. Okay, so I'm reading your comment. I don't know if you are able to listen to me. So, because we are already over time now, and there are a lot of topics still left to be covered. So what we are going to do is we are going to have another GK marathon session. So we will call it as GK marathon part 2. And what I and Jessica ma'am are going to do is whatever topics are left from our PPTs, we are going to cover these particular topics in your GK marathon second part. Okay, so I think there was some streaming issues, so there was some video issues. So what we are going to do is, I'm again going to repeat it, because there are a lot of topics still left to be covered. I hope till now, whatever we have covered, you have understood it. If you still feel like you want something else on those topics, you can let us know in the comment. At the same time, whatever topics are left right now, because a lot of slides are still left for us to cover, so we'll cover it in another session. Do not worry, we are going to give you a full coverage of GK. All of your backlog would be covered in the GK marathon session also. So what we are going to do, we are going to have another GK marathon session, possibly a shorter session, which would be again taken up by me and your Jessna ma'am, and whatever topics are left, we are going to take those topics in the GK marathon second session. Okay, but at the same time, I hope you felt you got something positive out of this particular class. We put up a lot of efforts. Both of us put a lot of efforts in preparing this particular class. A lot of effort is undertaken by the extended team also. So they are also sitting here in this office, helping us out deliver this content to you. But still, if you feel like we could have done better, you are most welcome that once this stream ends, please mention whatever you like, whatever feedback you have for us, whatever suggestion you have for us in the comment box. Whenever we would have the next session, we are going to implement those particular feedback, those particular suggestions for the next particular class. Okay, so I think that's it for today. And yes, ye marathon delete nahi hogi. Don't worry, this is not going to get deleted. So we always focus on what we are delivering. We also focus on what your requests are, what your expectations are. That's why I'm again asking you that in case you have any suggestion, please let us know in the comment box. If you are a Clat Prep student, you can come to us, to our centers, and you can tell us what we can do better. In case you are a non-Clat Prep student, it is advised to you that you come visit us. In case, even if you are not our students, we would help you out in whatever way possible, so that you can get into your room NLU. Okay, and with this positive message, let's end today's session, and with the promise that we are again going to come together and complete the session in the next class. I'll take your leave. Thank you, and have a very